The Fan. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan presents.
Jen, how are you?
I'm doing well. I'm trying to decide if I should bring you into this conversation. Like how cool is Kevin Kistner? Like, is he a whiny little, tattletale?
Me?
Yeah. Or
No.
because we on the weekend show have devised a prank that we think we can execute against Dover and Cecil.
Oh.
But
I'm all in.
are you the enemy? Or are you? See, that's I got to feel that out.
Yeah.
Like you know.
See, I already know the prank, or I know there's a prank happening. I feel like I got to be a part of it now.
Yeah. So we talked about this over the weekend. So I filled in, I don't know, whatever the last holiday was, I filled in for Dover and Cecil. It was my honor and my privilege. I like those guys.
Yeah.
Right? I listen to the show. I like your guys' stuff. You jump on there. You add a nice element to the show as well. I like the show. One thing I don't like, though, is that, song right there that you just played, right?
Yeah.
And by the way, I'm not alone. We get that a lot. Like, every time I mention it on the text line, people are like, yeah, I love those boys, but yeah, that song blows. Whatever. Whatever. I mean, hey, I'm not a music guy, right? That's clear. And I just don't prefer that song. And so I made it. Last time I filled in, I made it clear, whatever. And so we kind of have a thing. The guys that that run the board for me, they will play something else instead of that song. But
Okay.
Sometimes they forget. And so we're having the conversation about the song. And then, I don't know, some tattletales on the tribe. Do you have a bunch of tattletales in the tribe?
The tribe is strong. They will stand up.
I almost feel like I'm an honorary member of the tribe. And I'll tell you why. We're sitting there one day. And, we have 303 Law 4040, right? That's an actual cell phone.
Yeah.
Right? You call that, you speak directly with me or my lovely wife, Kimberly.
Yep.
And so somebody had texted in to 303 Law 4040, and my lovely wife, Kimberly, she's like, why did somebody named Christian text into 303 Law 4040 that they're trimming trees and pimping in Longmont? Right? I'm like, oh, that's the tribe. That was meant for Dover and Cecil. So like the 303 Law 4040 text line, has come in certain circles become the tribe text line. So I feel like I'm a member of the tribe, at least in some sense.
At
right?
some point, yeah.
I'm taking your calls or your texts or whatever. But I get it. Somebody reaches out to me and they say, boy, man, Dover and Cecil are smashing on you. I'm like, what? Why would they smash on me? And they're like, yeah, man. They're just like going, they say everything about you sucks except for your DeLorean. That's it. I'm like, me? Yeah, they were upset because of, I had the temerity to point out that, their taste in, what do you call that, walk-up music? Their walk-up song?
Yeah, show intro.
Yeah, it's not great. Right, whatever. So I guess they got really offended. And then the Saturday, something happened on the log, and the Dan Jacobs show, which normally starts on Saturday with some sort of Saturday song like Elton John or Chicago, Saturday in the Park, somebody had snuck in some heavy metal music.
Oh.
And we thought, was that like Kistner or Dover and Cecil? Are they trying to get back at me or whatever? And so then we thought, what about this?
Okay.
And Joe Goodwin came up with this. What if we planted in the log on Dover and Cecil, I have my own theme song.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like Dukes of Hazzard Takeoff.
Yeah.
The Dan Jacobs Show theme song. Like, what if we did that and we just snuck it in there to run during Dover and Cecil, and so they have to come back instead of, that, whatever that song is, Tribe Called Quest, it's like the Dan Jacobs Show theme song. Like, we thought that'd be a pretty good prank. One of the problems, though, is we're like, Kistner, man.
I figure it out.
Kistner will figure it out.
Gosh dang it.
But now if we just bring you in on it.
Now I'm kind of in on it.
Now you're implicit. Now, so which way you're gonna go? You're gonna be like, yeah, that'd be fun, or you're gonna be like, I'm gonna be on the lookout.
I do think that we're upgrading music constantly on that show, so I think we can sneak it in. I want to see if they could catch it.
Yeah, you think they'd even notice?
I don't know if they would notice.
I love it.
Sometimes they might not notice. Sometimes Cecil will just look at me and be like, "What is this?" And I'm like, "Dude, this is a hit. Like, stop."
Right.
But okay, I mean, how about I sneak it in tomorrow?
Oh, tomorrow.
We'll
That'd
sneak
be
it in
awesome.
tomorrow.
Dude, that'd be awesome.
Actually,
let me know when. Text me. Hey.
Yeah, I'll figure it out.
That'd be awesome.
Okay. We'll come up with a time.
We're counting on
behind
you.
the scenes, and we'll throw it back. We'll throw it in.
Nice.
I like it.
Which, by the way, I was listening to the morning show, so I listen to all you guys. Like I'm just like a listener out there. I'm happy to be a part of the team on select occasions like this, right? And the show on the weekends. And I'm listening to the morning show on Friday, and Stokely's kind of grumbling about his forced day off, right? And there's a little talk about I don't know, Schlereth's back, and Stokely's actually taking shots at Mark Schlereth about getting fired from the TV show and all that. It's funny. It's a good bit. I liked it. And because, what they were talking about was that today's a holiday. Normally guys like I fill in, but Schlereth was going to be in today. And I thought, that is interesting. And they kind of had a conversation about it. Well, I get in my car this morning and I'm listening. And it's not just Mark Schlereth. It's also Mike Evans.
That threw me off too. I didn't know who was filling in this morning.
Right. So I'm like, well, wait a minute. Why would... I could see if, some sort of HR agreement had it where, Mark Schlereth is classified as something so he can work on a holiday. But why would both of them be in and not Brandon Stokely? So just like you, I'm like, ooh, scandalous, right?
Is this like a conspiracy theory type thing?
Like are they going to push him back out?
Uh-oh.
Like Stink's back. He's coming back for his kingdom, right?
And then Stokely goes back to like Zach or Josh.
Something. Yeah.
Okay.
Maybe he's working weekends on the Dan Jacobs show. Because I was like, Zach By was giving me a hard time. He came on like a few weeks ago. He's giving me a hard time about only working weekends. And I said, well, I could use a former athlete to carry me through my show.
Ooh.
So maybe if I got Stokely, that would help.
See, we don't have former athletes on our midday show.
Correct.
I mean,
if you have Cecil.
Cecil is a high school
the
athlete.
Pawnee Jackrabbit quarterback.
Yeah, I mean, we never made it past high school, the high school level, so we're not the pro athletes, but
yes.
I mean, we still have good ratings.
So the funny thing, well, don't mention that to our old friend. He gets very upset by that.
Oh, okay.
But anyway, so the funny thing is there's this narrative, and I'm not the only one. You're not the only one. Texters start texting in like, uh-oh, Stoke. And God bless Mike Evans and Mark Schlereth. They're going with it. It's funny. And then they come up with a prank that he'll just come in on. Schlereth will come in early on tomorrow, I guess.
Yeah.
And just sit in Stoke's seat. He'll get here like 10 minutes early and just prank him, right? Which is great. It's gold. I'm all for it. And then then it creeps in. Then you realize just how scared of Brandon Stokely that both Schlereth and Evans are. They're like, well, actually, we can't do that. Like so they're not going to do it. And but I'm like, but you should. I said, and so I'm thinking to myself, Brandon Stokely actually pulled off a prank where he sent his radio partner to a non-existent remote.
Yeah.
Right? Like he ain't afraid of pranking you. But they're scared to death to prank him.
See, that's the thing with Brandon Stokely, because since he is my best friend, so if you prank him, the prank coming back is going to be 10 times worse.
Yeah, well, and I did get to thinking about it because I pranked him one time. I gave him a hard time, and he did not take it well. See, like we used to do what do we call it, the match?
Yeah.
Where, the morning show would take on Zach and Stokely. And Stokely's just an amazing golfer. He's just sick. And he just blew it, though. Like, he went full tin cup on the final hole. All I had to do was lay up, and they're going to win. He literally blew it. Like, he tried to hit a driver or a 3-wood out of the sand from, like, 300 out. And he just hit the retaining wall and it went right in the lake, and they lost.
Oh, no.
And so I did this little video in the fan kitchen. We had like a little Moscow Mule cup or something. I'm like, hey, look, it's a tin cup. We've named it Brandon Stokely. And I posted it, and he gave me the cold shoulder for like 6 months.
6 months?
Yeah, like he was not happy.
Ooh, I feel like that's a short time.
Really?
I feel like it's going to be a year or two.
Yeah, I got off easy. And then I challenged him to golf. Like, he's actually, it's crazy because he's such a good golfer. He is still afraid to accept my challenge at golf, which is crazy. But it is what it is.
And how good of a golfer are you, Dan?
Not at all.
No,
not at all. But
okay.
so there were a couple conditions to kind of level the playing field. Apparently, those scare Brandon Stokely, and he, that's on him. I understand. I can be intimidating. So if he's afraid of me on the golf course, that's cool. But anyway, so yeah, I understand maybe the trepidation, Evans and Schlereth have about pulling that prank off. Now they did. And I was giving Mark a hard time. He's like, did you not see the Hair Witch Project? And I have to watch the video, but I heard him talking about it. That is awesome.
It was good.
That's good.
We had an idea behind the scenes for about a month prior to it happening. And we're like, oh, my gosh. Like, are they ever going to announce it? And they finally put the video out. But
no, that's good stuff.
Stokely was not happy.
All right. Speaking of good stuff, James Marilat from the big boss from DenverSports.com coming up next.
After missing 16 games with a knee injury, is something wrong with Nikola Jokic?
I'm watching Jokic, and if you're just looking at the stat sheet, and Adelman's, quoting the stats after the game, and I got it. But if you know the standard that Jokic has set for himself for us to judge him by, I mean, we're just not seeing the best version of that guy right now.
Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
DeerTrailMeatCo.com. DeerTrailMeatCo.com. Kevin Kistner, I got something delicious for you. I tried this with some delicious Deer Trail Meat Co. beef that was delivered to my front door with a money-back guarantee. Tried this a couple weeks ago. Smoked flat iron steak. I got this nice, new smoker that we're using for the best free meal in Denver. And I just, flat iron steak, it's already tender, right? And so I'm like, well, why don't I infuse it with a little flavor, a little smoke, a little kiss of the smoke. It was so delicious. And you know what? It didn't break the bank because unlike at the big box stores or the grocery stores or whatever where beef prices are insane, $7.30 a pound for ground beef. Guy texted in the show yesterday. He's like, Dan, that's not right. Here's some for $5.50 if you buy 10 pounds at a time. Like, the beef prices are insane, but not with DeerTrailMeatCo.com. Depending on your bundle, you could be paying as little as $5.85 a pound for steak delivered to your front door. I want you to check them out. They got a great website. You can find out the answers to everything you need. DeerTrailMeatCo.com.
At the UPS Store, we know being a small business owner means holiday time is still go time. Still get those orders shipped time. And still re-up on stamps and supplies time. That's why this upcoming holiday, while others close up shop, we'll be open. And happy to help you keep being unstoppable. Come into your local store today. Most locations are independently owned. Product, services, pricing, and hours of operation may vary. See Center for details. The UPS Store. Be unstoppable.
Joe Fallon did something smart. He saved hundreds on auto insurance switching to Progressive. With that money, he commissioned a portrait of himself. Does Joe already know what he looks like? Yes. Do guests know what he looks like? Also yes. But not as art. It's Joe's savings, and if he wants to spend it on a velvet painting of himself with a white tiger at his feet, we say, roar, Joe, roar. Switch and see if you could save with Progressive and treat yourself. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Call 877 Cars for Kids to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now or go to carsforkids.org.
Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
Brandon Stokely here. My guys Trevor and Tate with Embers Golf just returned from the PGA show in Orlando, Florida, and they brought back a truckload of brand new equipment. Check out the new Quantum drivers, the latest tailor-made QI4D lineup, fresh Vokey wedges, and Cobra's newest drivers, and 3D printed irons. How about that? If you want the cutting edge of golf tech, it's all at Embers Golf right now. All the latest and greatest is in store. Come in early before the spring rush. Embers Golf, where passion meets a green.
Texting privacy policy and terms and conditions posted at textingterms.us. Texting enrolls you for recurring automated text marketing messages. Message and data rates may apply or play. Stop, opt out. Terms and conditions apply to the earnings promotion.
Do you have caregiving experience as a parent, teacher, nanny, coach, or in another similar role? Hop Skip Drive is looking for experienced caregivers who want to help students in their community by driving them to and from school. Earn up to $50 per ride with Hop Skip Drive's welcome promotion, all while helping your community. If you have your own vehicle that is no more than 10 years old, a clean driving record, and at least 5 years of caregiving experience, you could become a Hop Skip Drive care driver. Just text ROAD to 323232 to get started right now. Hop Skip Drive gives you the flexibility to set your own schedule and earn competitive pay. It's simple. Drive in your free time and make a real difference for students right in your neighborhood. Don't wait. Text ROAD to 323232 right now. Text ROAD to 323232 and start earning up to $50 per ride during Hop Skip Drive's welcome promotion period. That's ROAD to 323232. Text ROAD to 323232 now.
This segment on 104.3 The Fan's brought to you by Fitness Gallery, selling the world's finest fitness equipment.
Stream Stokely and Evans with Mark Schlereth, Dover and Cecil, The Drive, and all your favorite shows on the Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan app. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan, DenverSports.com, and the Denver Sports app. Happy President's Day, Denver. In for Dover and Cecil, here's the Honorable Judge Dan Jacobs.
All right. We welcome into the program James Marilat. James Marilat, I'm not sure if we're supposed to do this or not, but generally you're brought to us by the Birdie Bar, Louisville's premier indoor golf bar. Family owned and operated in Louisville. You can find them on the web at birdie.bar or catch them on Instagram. It's the Birdie Bar. James, how are you, sir?
I'm great, Dan. How are you?
I'm doing fantastic. I haven't talked to you in a while. Did you take in by the way, just asking because I went to go look. I didn't even know what the heck happened. There was like 5 different All-Star games or something last night. Did you take in any of the festivities?
I did. I won't, say that I was glued to my TV, but I had it on. I watched a little bit of like Game 2 and Game 3. I missed the final game, but I thought it was kind of a fun, interesting format. I don't know if they totally solved the problem and decoded it, but it was better. They played harder. Now we'll see if they do that year in and year out, but I thought it was fairly entertaining. I give them credit for trying to come up with a solution. I thought it was all right.
Okay. Now, I did get into it. We had Will Peterson, your good friend, on. He took the James Marilat Memorial spot on Saturday on the Dan Jacobs Show.
Yeah, I appreciated him pinch hitting.
And we had him on, and it was funny. He, with a straight face, he was making the argument that from a mentality and preparation perspective, Jamal Murray has essentially been, in the same wheelhouse as Kobe Bryant all these years. And we all love what Jamal's doing this year. He's an all-star. Hopefully we win the title. Nobody's downplaying the great season that Jamal Murray's had. But I thought that was a little comical. We're just going to rewrite all of history. Or am I wrong? Am I wrong here, James? Do you think of Jamal Murray as Mamba, as that just the fierce competitor that will win at all costs type guy? Who's right here? Your good buddy Will or your good buddy Dan?
My good buddy Dan is right on this one. And look, I'm with you. Like, I'm impressed by what Jamal has done this season. He's had a really good year. He finally came in shape. Hopefully he learned that lesson of like, hey, if you're prepared and ready to go in November, it makes your season a lot more productive and successful. So hopefully he's learned that lesson. But yeah, I mean, that's a bit of a stretch by Will to say he's Kobe Bryant-esque. Part of it is frustrating of like, well, why hasn't he been doing this all along? But I guess it's better he figured it out at some point than he never figured it out at all. But yeah, let's pump the brakes on that kind of praise. Let's see if he can do it all season long. Let's see if he can carry it over into the playoffs, and then we can not even start to go down that path, but at least, heap a little bit more praise on him.
Well, what Will was saying was, and here's the problem. I hold people accountable. Our teammates will say certain things, and then when I hold them accountable on it, they go, I didn't say that. You're misrepresenting that. But on my show, and you can listen to it on DenverSports.com on the podcast section, Will was saying, Dan, no. You're taking some tired narrative from one season a couple years ago, and he's been fantastic forever. I'm like, no, that's just, why do we have to rewrite history? Why can't we just appreciate what he's doing now and be respectful of the whole body of work? Like, I don't get it. But no, he's not saying what you're kind of saying, Will, is like, hey, it was bad before, but now it's good. No, he's saying it's always been good except for maybe like one blip in the road.
Well, it was good in spurts. Like, he would have his moments. And I mean, not to put words in your mouth, but to me, that was kind of always your biggest criticism of Jamal was how inconsistent he was.
Yes. 100%.
Right? Like, he would have these great games. He'd go out and put up 50, and then the next night he'd have 11. Like, it was just like, what is going on here? It was just these peaks and valleys. But we can't just forget how he unraveled in the playoffs that year they lost to Minnesota, and he's throwing heat packs and he's losing it with the officials. And it was a strange series because he hit, multiple big shots in that series and in the Lakers series before that, but he also did not have a good playoffs. He had a terrible shooting percentage. So look, he's had some great moments. He really, really has. And he was kind of an enigma. Like, there aren't a lot of guys that can go out and put up multiple 50-point games in an NBA game. Like, that's pretty hard to do. And to also be in that group and never make an all-star team, like, he had to be in a class of one at that point prior to making the team this year. So he was an enigma. He was a head-scratcher. He was frustrating because I think we all thought he had this potential in him. It's nice to finally see him living up to that potential. So let's just take the good here and hope it lasts.
Exactly. And that's all we wanted to do. We wanted, James, you and I helped inspire him to get to his maximum potential. And that's what we're happy about now.
Yeah, exactly. You got to push people, Dan.
Yeah, that's what we're doing. That's all we're doing. Now, also talking to Will, Olympics and all that, he's really following, and you go to DenverSports.com for some of this coverage. The Olympic hockey and stuff, and it's kind of funny. What we discovered was in our visit with Will is that I guess the Avs actually can score on the power play. It just has to be in the Olympics.
Yeah. When they're mixed and matched with other people and playing with their countrymen. But I mean, it's cool. They got 8 guys. I think it's 8 guys that are over there. All 8 have scored. They were sputtering heading into the break. They just looked like a team that had kind of gotten bored and lost interest. So, hopefully this kind of gets them going again. And then when they come back, they can make a run down the stretch. But no, they've gone over there and they've represented themselves and their countries and the Avs very, very well. It's been fun to see. Yeah, absolutely. By the way, have you been into the Olympics? Like, it's kind of, I don't know, like a lot of people are into it. I have had a hard time getting into it. Like when we were growing up, or up till maybe like 10 years ago. Like, it was just the great things about the Olympics was everybody in the household would just kind of come together and watch it. And you would learn the stories, and you didn't know anything about figure skating 2 weeks ago, but then they did the nice stories and this and that. I am not having that same experience this time around, but I don't know. Is everybody else? I'm not either, and it might be. It's a little bit like the NCAA tournament. Back in the day, it was just on CBS, and they would bounce from bad game to good game, right? And so it always felt like every game was good because they would just dump the bad games. And they would throw you to, hey, let's go to Albuquerque where it's a nail biter. And it was a little bit that way with the Olympics. It was only on the one channel. You couldn't just go watch whatever in the heck you wanted. So they, kind of force-fed you the best stories and the best moments. Now it's a little harder to find them. It feels like every time I turn on my TV, it's curling. I feel like it's just nonstop curling. And it is weird. We were having this conversation over the weekend. Like, when I was a kid or even in my 20s, like, we all knew Katarina Witt and Kristi Yamaguchi and, obviously Tanya Harding and Nancy Kerrigan and all these people, these figure skaters heading into the Olympics. Maybe I'm just out of the loop, Dan, but I don't know who any of these folks are. They're just not household names like they used to be. So, figure skating had its moment. I think his moment has passed.
Yeah, well, and I don't know. Like I said, like if you're enjoying
it, it's like every night too. It's like, when is the actual medal competition? And then they have team, and then they have mixed doubles. And it's like they've overdone it. You know what it is? Remember when Who Wants to Be a Millionaire first came out, and that show was so popular?
Yeah.
And then they did 2 nights a week, and then they did 3, and then eventually it was on like every night, and it wasn't special anymore.
Yep.
That's kind of what's happened in figure skating. It's like there's not the big moment where it's like, okay, here's Harding and Kerrigan going head to head in Lillehammer. We don't have those kind of moments anymore.
Yeah. Now, one thing I will say before we go to break here, we watched on Netflix, my wife and I, they have a documentary running right now on the 1980 men's Olympic hockey team. Man, it was phenomenal. And it's funny how well done the actual movie Miracle, like how authentic the movie is. Because a lot of times movies come out and they're like very loosely based or whatever, like very authentic, that movie Miracle, which is one of those for me, like I watch it anytime it's on. It's like Forrest Gump. If it's on, I'm going to watch Miracle, right? But yeah, it was really well done. And so far, that's been my best Olympic experience, watching with my lovely wife, Kimberly, about 1980.
Yeah, no, I'm with you. It's a great documentary. I believe a lot of the footage they had that was unseen footage was Adrian Dater, who has covered the Avs forever. Like, his dad filmed that stuff, and they found it in a storage facility, hadn't been seen in decades, and that's where they got a lot of the kind of behind the scenes, never before seen footage.
Wow, I did not know that. That's a very interesting nugget. All right, we're going to take a quick timeout. When we come back, James, we need to find a way to help Coach Prime, because he's been victimized, and it's just not right. So we got to get to that coming up next.
Bonneville International radio station contests are open to participants at least 13 years of age and older that are residents of the state of Colorado. Unless otherwise specified, employees or agents of the station, Bonneville International Corporation, other area radio stations, or an entity associated with the contest may not enter. Full general contest rules are available at DenverSports.com.
Hey, it's Mike Evans. Restore your bald spot, reverse your receding hairline, or add volume to thinning hair with the same simple one-day treatment I receive from Dr. Tanya Pauls of Advanced Hair. Your own natural hair begins regrowing the very next day, and your new hair is guaranteed to grow. Advanced Hair has changed tens of thousands of lives, including mine. For your free consultation, $250 off and 250 free hair grafts. Call 720-459-HAIR, AdvancedHair.com.
Imagine finding your dream home and moving in right away. No waiting to sell your old place first. Sounds perfect, right? That's exactly what Orchard's Move First, Sell Later program lets you do. Buy your new home now and sell the old one later. Here's how it works. Orchard gives you cash so you can buy and move into your new home first, on your timeline. No waiting, no showings, no double moves. Then the Orchard experts take it from there. They handle repairs on your old home for you so you attract the right buyers. Once they're done, a local Orchard agent lists and sells your home for top dollar. Orchard's Move First program gives you the freedom to buy and move into your new home first and sell your old home later. Buy before you sell and get top dollar for your home with Orchard. Ready to find out how much your home is worth? Visit Orchard.com to get your free home valuation. That's Orchard.com.
At Belco Credit Union, we want to make your dream renovation a reality. Maybe that means a modern kitchen upgrade or a luxurious new bathroom. With Belco's Home Equity Choice line, you can get easy access to funds with the freedom and convenience of a home equity line of credit, plus the security and stability of a home equity loan. Plus, Belco is also offering low rates for qualified borrowers. Learn more at belco.org/choiceline. Belco is an equal opportunity housing lender. Belco, banking for everyone.
Hey guys, your boy Mark Schlereth here from my friends at Xfinity. Now, when Team USA is on, you can almost see the moment when the kid starts believing, hey, I can be next. Now, while Xfinity can't guarantee that, they can guarantee something super important. That's your internet price won't change for 5 years. No contracts, no commitments. So, while your kid's ordering online or streaming highlight reels, your Xfinity internet price won't change. It will not budge. And who knows, by the time the next Winter Olympics Olympics roll around, your kid could be getting fitted for their very own Team USA uniform. And guess what? You'll be paying the same price for reliable Wi-Fi. And there's even more to enjoy with Xfinity Gold Medal Celebration. Now through February 22nd, get our best price on gig Wi-Fi for 5 years guaranteed, just $50 a month. Plus, get Peacock Premium included for 10 years. That's a $10.99 value each month. Xfinity, imagine that. Proud partner of Team USA. Restrictions applies. Requires paperless billing and auto-paid with stored bank account. Taxes, fees, extras. Actual speeds may vary.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code SUPPLY5 to get up to a $5 bonus on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code SUPPLY5 to get up to a $5 bonus on your first tank. That's code SUPPLY5 to get up to a $5 bonus on your first tank.
Happy President's Day, Denver. In for Dover and Cecil, here's the Honorable Judge Dan Jacobs.
All right, we're back at it. Back out to our friend James Marilat here on a President's Day on 104.3 The Fan. By the way, James, did you hear? It's kind of apropos this week. I'm hosting on President's Day. Later in the week, I'm going to become what I believe to be, James, is the first member of the Fan staff to be sworn in to practice law before the United States Supreme Court.
Really?
Yes.
That's pretty cool.
Yeah, I think so. You know, yeah, my wife and I are going down there, and so like a real. Now I'm afraid I might
get going to D.C. for this.
Going to D.C. and I don't know who it's going to be. See, I'm afraid I might get into trouble because there's a few recent decisions by the Supreme Court. There's one in particular that really, I really have issues with. But a real sitting member of the United States Supreme Court will swear me in, and then we'll hang out. I guess there's like a cocktail hour or something. They hang out with us and all that stuff.
That is very cool. All right. Well, I can't wait to hear all the stories.
Yeah.
Congratulations on that, obviously. And that puts you in a very select company here at the Fan. That's talk about a class of one. You're and I don't think you're going to have anybody joining you in that one for a while.
Right. Yeah. Maybe if we got Schimmel back on staff or something.
Yeah.
All right. So James, nobody's a bigger CU fan than you, right? CU fan.
That's correct.
That's correct. Have you ever watched Deion Sanders coaching and said, "Man, what he did there was just stupid"?
Oh, yeah, several times. Clock management at the end of halves and end of games. And, yeah, there's a lot of times I'm like, who is in charge here? Who's making decisions? How is he not getting some better advice? Yeah, it happens quite a bit.
Did you? And same thing, like, have you ever seen those things and go, well, that's not very bright?
That wasn't the best way to handle that situation. Sure.
Yeah.
Of course.
Okay. So I find it interesting. So Christian Fourier came out on, I don't know, some podcast and kind of unloaded on Coach Prime a little bit, but which is, hey, man, that's his opinion. He's asked to give his opinion, and he gives his opinion. And by the way, I love the passion out of Philip Lindsay, but Philip Lindsay came up. You can go check out the clips on the Denver Sports YouTube channel. Like, he starts getting really fired up about how personal of an attack that Christian Fourier did on Coach Prime. And even Sean Keeler, even in his article, kind of talking about the situation, said, well, yeah, he crossed a line. And I listened to the comments. Like, have we gotten so soft as a society that now this is, because almost everybody has coalesced together and saying, well, Coach Prime may have his faults, but that crossed a line. That's very personal. Like, all he did was criticize the coaching. And they took a couple words basically out of context and tried to make Christian Fourier a bad person because of it.
Yeah, no, I would agree with that. I mean, look, he did, and I can see why people say it's personal. You go out and you call somebody not very bright.
As a coach.
Exactly. And that's the part of it. Like, that's what he meant. He meant as a coach with his in-game decisions and stuff like that. So I think people are taking it the wrong way. But, we are that soft, Dan. We are. We take everything in the worst possible way, look at it through the worst possible lens, and then try to be offended. Like, I was always given this advice, like, be slow to take offense, right? Like, most people aren't trying to offend you. They're just saying something and it comes out wrong or whatever. Be slow to take offense. And I think that's great advice. It keeps you calmer in life. But I think we've gone to the other way. Like, people are just looking to be offended and looking at it of, hey, how can I take this and be offended by something someone said? And he didn't mean it that way. It is how he said it.
No, it's not how he said it.
I'm going to give Christian for you the benefit of the doubt, and that's not what he meant.
But no, I even take issue with that. That's not how he said it. He didn't go, Coach Prime, he's not very bright. That's not what he said. He talked about him as a coach and then said the sentence, he's not very bright, and then followed that sentence up with another context matters, another context statement about his coaching. The stupid comment was he does stupid things sometimes in context to the coaching.
Correct.
It's not like I don't remember who the famous guy was that said he got taken out of context in his own book. That's not the situation.
Charles Barkley, he was misquoted in his own book.
Yeah, right, exactly. But no, like context does matter sometimes, and this is being completely taken out of context. I'll give you an example, James. You were on a show, and they said, "Are you going to apologize for? Are you going to finally now say I was wrong about Russ?" And you said, no, I will not say I was wrong about Russ. They've taken that clip, and now you just say I was wrong about Russ. Well, it's pretty important context, the words that you said before that, no?
Right. The I will not say.
Yes.
When you take that out, it definitely changes the meaning of what I was saying. You're right, and I'm with you. I didn't think it was crossing the line. I thought it was fair criticism. I think he's a guy who, this is the tipping point season for Coach Prime in Boulder, right? I think last year, going 3-9 was not what I expected. You and I talked about it a lot. I thought it would be a transition year. You lose the Heisman Trophy winner. You lose arguably the best quarterback in the history of the program. 6-6, 7-5, kind of the year of you try and turn the page and move on. 3-9 is unacceptable. So they got to have a bounce back year. He has to have a bounce back year. I tell you, if they go 3-9 again, I don't know what you do up there. I really don't. So I thought the criticism of Coach Prime was fair. I don't think he meant it personally. I don't think he meant that. Deion Sanders in every walk of life is not a very bright guy. I think he meant as a coach, and in particular as a game day coach, that's not his area of expertise. That's not his strong suit, and I think that's very fair.
Yeah. All right. Hey, where are you now? I give you a hard time on the weekend show. Man, you've been all over the map, Broncos wise. I don't know where you're at. So where are you at now? Like, you were defending, like after years of just crushing Sean Payton, now all of a sudden you're like leading the charge with Sean Payton. We've had a couple weeks since I've talked to you. Where in the world is James Marilat right now on the Denver Broncos?
I'm bullish on the Broncos. Look, they're going to be better next year, but probably won't have as good a record. 14-3 is tough to do in the NFL. But I think the fact that they're 12th best odds to win the Super Bowl is ridiculous. I think what we saw in the AFC title game, what we saw in people talking about how, hey, the Broncos would have a chance against Seattle in the Super Bowl, I think it's ridiculous that Bo Nix got zero mention ever as an MVP candidate. Like, he's not an MVP candidate, but Drake May lost by one vote. Like, what are we doing here? And I'm not saying he should have won it, but when you lead your team to the number one seed, you lead them to 14 wins, you pull a rabbit out of your hat a bunch of times and make a bunch of clutch plays in the fourth quarter and lead a bunch of comebacks, like, you're pretty darn valuable, and we saw how bad that offense was without him.
Here's the thing, James. They're not going to give him MVP consideration when highly respected members of the Denver sports media are calling him right-handed Tebow all season.
Listen, he should have been in it. And I'm watching NFL honors. No players get honored and no coaches get honored. Sean Payton wasn't even a nominee for Coach of the Year. So, like, one of two things either has to happen. You got this great coach and great coaching staff, and they get more out of players than probably those guys are capable of doing. Or you have a bunch of great players, and they just carry coaches to, it's Peyton Manning carrying John Fox to a bunch of wins, right? Like, one of those two things has to be true. You can't go 14-3 without either great players or great coaches. VJ's not assistant coach of the year. Sean Payton's not even nominated for coach of the year. Broncos get shut out on every award for players. It's like, well, how in the world did they go 14-3? And so the level of disrespect, and great, I'm glad people are doing it. It gives them something to use as bulletin board material, and it's an off-season motivator. But, I mean, coming off of a great year, they're going to get all this salary cap relief now that the Russ dead money is off the books. I don't know why anybody wouldn't be bullish on the Broncos. And look, again, they could be a significantly better team next year and only win 12 games because 12-5 is hard to do. 14-3 is really hard to do.
That's what we said last year.
I'm not going to be down on the Broncos.
That's what we said last year. Hey, they're going to be better, but they may not win more games. They win 14 games. All right, last thing for you, James. I can't believe this is actually true, but I've talked to a couple sources, and I don't know exactly how it's going to shake out, but at least it's a realistic discussion about Sean Payton giving up play calling. I still can't see it happening, not with that ego, right? And the fact they won 14 games this year, and they, if right-handed Tebow doesn't break his ankle, they're probably in the Super Bowl, right? So I don't know if Sean Payton can look at himself and go, man, I just didn't do a good enough job. Yeah, I'm going to fire myself from something that I believe I'm one of the best in the world at. But I have talked to some sources that said behind the scenes, it could happen. He could he's going to give up after doing all that. He's going to give up play calling to a guy that's never done it before, who's like 30 years old. But I guess it could happen.
He's going to give up 100% of play calling, but I don't think Davis Webb stays here if he's not getting some authority. I don't think he wants to become, Joe Lombardi 2.0. So maybe Davis is calling the, 2-minute offense in the red zone or something. But I will give Sean Payton credit for this. And you're right, I've been very critical of him. But I thought in his end of the season, wrap-it-up press conference, after the loss, I thought he showed some humility. I thought before the divisional game against Buffalo, he was very self-aware when he talked about how, as you get older, you just kind of have feet of clay. You don't make decisions as quick. It just takes longer to figure out, all right, are we rolling the dice here or not rolling the dice here? I think he's self-aware enough to know, hey, I probably need to be game management guy and let somebody else be thinking, all right, well, what are we running here if we get stopped on 3rd and 1? What are we doing on 4th and 1? And he just, he's not that guy anymore. So I think it's time to move on to someone else. I don't think Sean Payton stays in Denver beyond this contract. I really don't. He's got 2 more years left on his deal. We've never heard a word about him getting an extension. I just think he's going to do the 5 years, and then it's going to be back to the Fox set. But listen, he came in and took a mess and turned this franchise back around. So if he only does the 5 years, there'd be no complaint. But yes, I do think he's going to turn over at least a significant portion of play calling.
All right. Well, we know the answer to that one question, by the way. If you get stopped on 3rd and 1, the answer is don't take the points, roll out with your backup quarterback and run a boot. Yeah,
all that criticism, and I agree with you. The right decision would have been kick the field goal. But it wasn't a 100-0 decision. It was like a 60-40 call.
It was like 90-10.
And part of it is, because, how many times are you going to get that close when you got your backup quarterback so you're tempted to...
They weren't even on the goal line. They were on, the 18-yard line or whatever, weren't they?
They were at the 14. They were at 14. The biggest mistake he made, though, Dan, once you call the timeout, kick it. Because then New England has time to kind of figure out what they want to do and get settled in. Like, if you're going to hurry to the line of scrimmage, try and surprise them, you had a running play called and get the first down, fine. But once you called the timeout and you had time to think about it, and so did the Patriots, you got to take the point. So, listen, it was the wrong decision, but it wasn't this egregious, how in the world would anybody ever decide to do that? There's at least an argument to be made for going forward on 4th and 1. I think it was the wrong decision, but there's an argument to be made.
All right, James Marilat, we appreciate you. We'll talk to you in a couple of weeks on the Saturday edition of the Dan Jacobs Show.
All right, Dan, looking forward to it. Appreciate it.
The champ! Are you ready? Do you consider yourself a super fan? Well, now's your chance to prove it. It's Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan Super Fan Send-Off, presented by 303 Law 4040, sending you to Las Vegas for the biggest pro wrestling event in the world. A pair of 2-night event tickets, airfare, and hotel all included, plus a $500 Visa card. So get in the ring and enter now at DenverSports.com/superfan. That's DenverSports.com/superfan.
Jacob's Law, 303 Law 4040, 303 Law 4040. We say save that number in your phone. You never know when you're going to need it. It's funny, a little peek behind the curtain and what's happening in the personal injury space right now. We have these big venture capital firms dumping millions of dollars, putting it behind out-of-state lawyers and bringing them to the market. And so it's funny, we have these, what I call the pretend made-for-TV lawyers that also are not from Colorado, but they're getting so scared because now their millions of dollars are getting outspent by these other outsiders, and so they're all trying to pretend they're from Colorado, okay? You want a local firm? Our office is right here in the tech center, and when you call 303 Law 4040, you actually speak either directly with me or my lovely wife, Kimberly. We'll talk to you about your accident. If it makes sense, we're going to meet with you in person in our office, or sometimes we go to the hospital or whatever, wherever you know, if you can't get around. But we're going to meet with you in person, and we're going to come up with a plan to get you feeling better and to get you compensated for what you were put through by this other person's driving. Okay, that's how it works. The real Colorado firm, 303 Law 4040.
Snapshot from Progressive wasn't created for just anybody. Oh no, we made it for you. Gradual breakers. You keep your eyes on the road, so you've seen it all. As long as it all happened directly in front of you. Like a Swedish masseuse, your foot knows exactly the right amount of pressure to apply to the brake. That's why your passengers feel totally relaxed with you behind the wheel and occasionally super sleepy. With Snapshot, safe drivers like you get personalized rates based on your driving habits. Sign up today at Progressive.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates. Snapshot not available in California or from all agents.
This is the story of the one. As an HVAC technician, he and his digital multimeter are in high demand. So when a noisy office HVAC turns out to be a failing blower motor, he doesn't break a sweat. With Grainger's easy-to-use website and product information, he selects the product he needs to keep everything humming right along. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Cecil Lammy here for SodaWeightLoss.com, and they changed my life so much. I know how to eat, what to eat, and when to eat thanks to SodaWeightLoss.com. I lost over 60 pounds a few years ago, and I'm never going back. Having my own nutritionist made all the results. A real person, so I could go with questions, concerns, and maybe just even sometimes just need some encouragement. Join Soda Weight Loss for a short time to have results that last a lifetime, just like me. Call them up at 1-866-800-SODA, SodaWeightLoss.com. Soda Weight Loss is, say it with me, state-of-the-art.
Texting privacy policy and terms and conditions posted at textingterms.us. Texting enrolls you for recurring automated text marketing messages. Message and data rates may apply or play. Stop, opt out. Terms and conditions apply to the earnings promotion.
Do you have caregiving experience as a parent, teacher, nanny, coach, or in another similar role? Hop Skip Drive is looking for experienced caregivers who want to help students in their community by driving them to and from school. Earn up to $50 per ride with Hop Skip Drive's welcome promotion, all while helping your community. If you have your own vehicle that is no more than 10 years old, a clean driving record, and at least 5 years of caregiving experience, you could become a Hop Skip Drive care driver. Just text ROAD to 323232 to get started right now. Hop Skip Drive gives you the flexibility to set your own schedule and earn competitive pay. It's simple. Drive in your free time and make a real difference for students right in your neighborhood. Don't wait. Text ROAD to 323232 right now. Text ROAD to 323232 and start earning up to $50 per ride during Hop Skip Drive's welcome promotion period. That's ROAD to 323232. Text ROAD to 323232 now.
IRS notices piling up already this year? Now's the best time to take control before penalties snowball. Advanced Tax Solutions has helped thousands resolve IRS problems fast. Get ahead of an IRS problem by talking to the team I trust at Advanced Tax Solutions now.
Hi, I'm Terrell Davis, two-time world champion and Pro Football Hall of Famer. There is nothing more important than your health.
This February, save up to 50% off on select premium equipment. Visit one of Fitness Gallery's 7 convenient locations from Colorado Springs to Fort Collins.
Buy more, save more during Furniture Row's fantastic 4-day sale Friday through Monday. Save $100 for every $1,000 you spend. Plus 60 months, no interest financing, no down payment. Shop now at FurnitureRow.com.
Stay up to date on the Broncos with our 9 News Broncos insider, Mike Kliss. Presented by Fitness Gallery. Hear the latest from every practice and every game every single week during football season. Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan. Happy President's Day, Denver. In for Dover and Cecil, here's the Honorable Judge Dan Jacobs.
All right. It is President's Day. Dan Jacobs here, filling in for Dover and Cecil. Kevin Kistner behind the glass. There is something important. Now, we don't talk politics, but I think this transcends politics, and it involves a former U.S. president. And I think we are duty-bound to discuss it, because I don't think any other show on this station is capable of having a rational, intelligent discussion, mature discussion on this topic. So it's up to you and me, Kistner. Okay, are you ready?
I'm in.
Former president, United States President Barack Obama, made a comment recently on a podcast that he was asked about aliens.
Oh.
He confirmed that they're real, but then he did his politician thing and tried. So it was like, what do you call it? Burying the lead. Like, he said, yeah, they're real. And then he goes, but, you know, there's no Area 51. And he adds all this other like fluff to distract from the comment he just made that aliens are real. And it was just like the interviewer, whoever, I don't know whose podcast he was on, didn't even bother to go, oh, they are real? No, he just let him get away with it.
So he says they're real, and then he says there's no Area 51 or anything like that.
Right. He said they're real, but I haven't seen them. And they're not hidden in a bunker. There's no, unless they hid it from the president, I didn't see that stuff. Right. But you also just said aliens are real.
Yeah. Then how do you know they're real?
Exactly. And so finally, because I was looking this up, I thought, we got to talk about this. Like how come nobody's talking about this? Right. Like it was just in passing, the president of the former president of the United States says aliens are real. And then that's it. No, nothing to see here, Well, he did issue a follow-up statement that, again, not definitive. It just muddies the waters a little more. And he's like, well, I didn't mean to suggest, the odds are they are real, but we have no information. I never saw anything in my presidency that would indicate that they visited us. See how wishy-washy that is?
See, that's my thing is I've kind of gone back and forth with Cecil and Dover on this. Mm-hmm. They're like aliens are real. I go, well, how do you know? They're like, they just are. I'm like, well, have you ever seen one? Like I've never seen an alien, so I'm not fully invested in saying that I believe in aliens until I see one. But they sit there and tell me they're real. Well, just show me then. Show me that they're real.
Okay, I got one for you. My dad's a big UFO guy.
Okay.
Right? And we're watching one of these shows, and he goes, hey, Granny was abducted by aliens. I'm like, what are you talking about? Okay, so there's a thing called missing time where people believe they were abducted by aliens. They can't explain where they were for 8 hours or whatever, right? And so there was an incident in the 60s or 70s. So my grandmother was driving from one place, like Woodland Park, back to Colorado Springs or something. Should have taken about an hour.
Yeah.
And it took her like 5 or 6 hours. And people were calling. They're like, it was before cell phones. Like, where's Dolly? Where's Dolly? And she just shows up. And they're like, what happened? Where are you? She's like, I don't know what you mean. I just drove straight here. So I go in. I go, Granny, did you get abducted by aliens? And she goes, no, I didn't get abducted by aliens. I'm like, well, Dad said you had missing time. And she says, well, that's true. That happened. I don't know what the heck happened. I just drove from point A to point B. Apparently, I was gone for 5 hours. She said, the only thing, I don't think I was abducted by aliens. The only thing that I noticed was the sky was this bright metallic color that I'd never seen before. And that was odd to me. But that's the only thing I remember.
Weird.
And I remember, because I'm a big Unsolved Mysteries guy.
Yeah.
That's the exact same story these people were talking about when they got abducted. They're like, the sky was weird. It was this weird metallic type color, blah, 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 blah. I'm like, Did Granny get abducted by aliens?
Maybe she did.
I don't know. My dad thinks so.
I mean, I look, if there's no Area 51,
there is an Area 51.
Then why? That's my thing. Why won't they let us go see it then?
Exactly. Why do you get shot if you get within 100 yards or whatever?
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, of course there's an Area 51.
Yeah, like come on.
We know it exists.
I have a feeling they've moved Area 51 to a different spot.
Might be in NORAD.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? All right.
Might be down the street here in Lone Tree where the Broncos are going to build their stadium.
Hey, we're going to talk about that in a little bit because I wouldn't mind that. 1 hour down, Dan Jacobs, Kevin Kistner filling in for Dover and Cecil on this President's Day edition of the show on The Fan.
Has the rubber officially met the road for Coach Prime and the Buffs?
They have to win 8 games this year. They have to be competitive. You had the Heisman, you had your son, you revamped the team, you revamped the coaching staff. Now it's time to go to work. Now it's time to win games. There is no more excuses. Enough's enough.
Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
DeerTrailMeatCo.com, DeerTrailMeatCo.com. This stuff is fantastic. I was telling you earlier in the show, I did some smoked flat iron steak. Flat iron steak, it's one of those undervalued cuts of meat, actually discovered at the University of Nebraska, because where it's located, people didn't eat it for a long time. Then they finally got to it. They discovered it's very tender. It's delicious. I threw it on the smoker. I had this delivered to my front door by one Travis Verleen at Deer Trail Meat Co., and it was just so good. It was so delicious. And the nice thing was I didn't have to go to the grocery store and spend, I think flat iron now at the grocery stores right now, it used to be $4.9. I used to buy flat iron steak for $4.99 a pound. Now it's about $16 a pound on a good day. Not with DeerTrailMeatCo.com. They make it so you can afford steak again. You can be getting your beef for as low as $5.85 a pound, including steaks. You can afford to eat steak again. Plus, you're not doing all the impulse buying when you have to go to the store 3 times a week to buy meat. I want you to check them out. Great website. Has YouTube videos. Has all the information you need. DeerTrailMeatCo.com. DeerTrailMeatCo.com.
Access to education changes lives. That's why National University provides flexible online and hybrid programs from associate to doctorate degrees. Since 1971, NU was built to serve non-traditional working and military learners nationwide. NU understands the demands of work, family, and service. Each year, more than 130,000 learners trust National University to move forward. Visit nu.edu to learn more.
I'm Boomer Esiason. My mom died from cancer. She was only 37 years old. She didn't have life insurance, and that was devastating for my family. That's why having life insurance is so important to me. Ethos makes it fast and easy. Get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. You can get up to $3 million in coverage with no medical exam.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/play. That's ethos.com/play.
At Uline, they know going the extra mile takes hard work. For companies pushing to go further, Uline will go the distance with you. 24/7, they answer the phone to get you the shipping and industrial supplies you need. Business can move fast. Unexpected large orders, adverse weather, new safety guidelines, and changing economic trends. Uline works hard keeping 41,000 items ready to ship, minimizing detours on your way to the extra mile. Visit uline.com.
Brandon Stokely here. My guys Trevor and Tate with Embers Golf just returned from the PGA show in Orlando, Florida, and they brought back a truckload of brand new equipment. Check out the new Quantum drivers, the latest tailor-made QI4D lineup, fresh Vokey wedges, and Cobra's newest drivers, and 3D printed irons. How about that? If you want the cutting edge of golf tech, it's all at Embers Golf right now. All the latest and greatest is in store. Come in early before the spring rush. Embers Golf, where passion meets a green.
Tune in Tuesday afternoons for Injury Insights with Zach Bai and Dr. Joseph Ramos to hear the latest injury news on your local teams and around the world of sports. Ramos Law. What makes us different makes us better.
Hey guys, boy Steve here today by my long-term buddy Troy Hansford. And if you're thinking about selling your house for any reason, now might be the time to sell, still get top dollar. Believe it or not, my guy Troy is still offering his $5,000 guarantee. What is it, you ask? Well, if he can't sell your house at your price on your timeline that you agree upon beforehand, bam, going to cut you a check for $5,000. Who else makes the offer? Nobody I've ever heard of. And he makes that offer because he continues to spend a ton of money marketing his listings, has about 100 families approved and ready to buy right now. And if for any reason you need to sell right away, Troy can buy your house, all cash, and he can close in as little as 7 days. You have a house to sell, Troy probably has that perfect buyer for you right now, waiting for you to pick up the phone and to call him. Call Troy, get your home sold for the most money. That's 720-900-4433, 720-900-4433. Troy Hansford of RE/MAX Professionals, a Colorado licensed broker. Some restrictions do apply. Want to sell your house? Then call my buddy Troy, 720-900-4433.
So, you're ready to propose, huh?
Yeah, man. She's definitely the one.
What are we thinking about the ring? I got my wife's at Hellsberg. I couldn't recommend a better jeweler.
I could use some help with that.
Man, go to Hellsberg. I had no idea how many details you need to consider. Did you know you can get a natural or lab-grown diamond? I didn't. Figure out what she wants. Trust me, they'll make it happen.
Start your story with Hellsberg. Shop in store or at hellsberg.com.
KKFN and KKFN HD1 Longmont, Denver. You're listening to Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan presents Dover and Cecil.
Filling in for Dover and Cecil. By the way, I was wondering about Josh Dover, Kevin Kistner, because I've talked to Josh. He used to be like a North Glen guy, right? He was a North Sider.
Yep.
And he now moved over to by where I grew up, Rangeview High School. Like he just told me, he's like, "Yeah, we got a place. We bought a place. We're over right by Rangeview." I'm like, "That's cool." So we're almost neighbors, right? So I actually had to go to so I'm a Rangeview alum, and I actually had to go to Rangeview to drop my daughter was doing a swimming event, a swim practice. So I'm driving over to Rangeview, and I look to my right, and there's an apartment complex or like a condo complex or something. It's just called Dover. Do you think? I mean, I had to ask myself the question. You work with him every day. Do you think that he would be so, I don't know, Sean Payton-esque as to, move into a place named after himself?
I think it'd be cool for him. I don't think he'd be the top of the top option for him.
Yeah, you don't think he did? So you don't think he's living right there, but not in
Dover? He's not in the apartments.
Or the condos, whatever they are. Yeah.
No,
Okay.
No.
All right. I just had to ask. That's a little weird, strange coincidence.
Yeah, I think his old place up in Wheat Ridge was by Dover Street or something.
Yeah. All right.
Yeah, I don't know.
Where did you go to high school?
Horizon.
Have you been back?
Oh man, I think I've been back once or twice because my sister ended up going there, so that was the only reason I went back. My brother and sister both went there after me, so. But I haven't been back in the school in probably 10 years.
Yeah. So this was my first time back. My daughter does what used to be called synchronized swimming.
Oh, yeah.
Now it's called something else, artistic swimming or something. And normally they practice over at Hinckley, right? And so I've not been back to Rangeview High School. I keep awaiting my nomination to the Rangeview Hall of Fame, and it hasn't come yet. I don't know if they don't have my new address. I moved a couple years ago. I don't know, but I have not gotten the invitation yet. So this is the first time I've been back in almost 30 years.
Wow.
Right. And so I take my daughter to the pool, right, and then I take the long way through the school, and I just kind of take it in, right. I look at all the pictures of state champions and all that stuff, and everybody that's actually in the Rangeview Hall of Fame and all this stuff. I'm just enjoying this trip down memory lane. And I'm looking, and I get out front, and it looks not good. I'm trying to be polite here, right? I'm like, was I poorer than I thought growing up? Were we not not did I grow up in, a bad area or what? Because you don't know when you're a kid or whatever. It struck me as like, man, this place is not doing well, right? And boom, whatever. I just, I was a little sad. And then 2 days later, my wife then takes my daughter to the same place. She sends me a text. She's like, God, this place is terrible. Like, just trash everywhere. Like, it's just falling in complete disrepair. No, I guess nobody's respecting anything around there. I'm like, where's Joe Clark? Like, we need another Joe Clark to come in and clean up East Side High. I mean, Range
Yeah.
I was like, I was just disappointed. It was sad.
Yeah. I'm still waiting on my invitation to go into my Hall of Fame.
Yeah, Drotar got into the Hall of Fame at Douglas County or whatever, wherever he went, Arapahoe.
Okay.
Yeah. I'm in the Rock Canyon Criminal Justice Department Hall of Fame. I'm the inaugural member at that school.
I have a feeling you're the only member.
I am the only member. Well, nobody else is worthy.
Well, see?
Yeah. Yeah. I used to call myself future Hall of Famer Dan Jacobs.
Yeah.
Like Terry Wickstrom does on the weekend show.
Okay.
But I actually got into a Hall of Fame.
Yeah.
Right. But anyway, I'm not really a candidate for too many other ones.
Hey, a Hall of Fame's a Hall of Fame.
Yeah. I should be in the Pickens Tech Hall of Fame because I had a lot of accolades there in high school.
Yeah.
But I haven't heard from them in years either. What a travesty.
I hate it.
Yeah. Hey, by the way, so on the alien stuff, a couple texts.
Yes.
One person texts in. There's always the one guy who's like, well, how come only white people get abducted by aliens? Not true. Definitely not true. Unsolved mysteries. There is a story. Same thing we're talking about. Missing time. There is an African-American officer. He got dropped off from the bus station, right? He's waiting for the MP to come pick him up, take him to the base. So he's just sitting there in town. Never comes. He calls the base. He goes, dude, are you guys coming? Are you coming to get me? Where have you been? We've been looking for you for 6 hours. We thought you went AWOL. He's like, AWOL? I'm an officer. This was a reputable United States, I believe, Air Force officer. Happened to be African-American. There's another episode down in New Mexico with a sheriff ran into some aliens or something. So it's not just white people. Now, other thing on this topic, though. This did get raised within the family. So I'm airing a little dirty laundry here on the show here.
Okay.
But somebody texted into the RamosLaw.com text line and said, Granny didn't get abducted by aliens. Granny had a boyfriend.
Oh.
And I don't believe that to be true. I didn't completely discount the idea, but I don't believe that to be true.
So you believe the alien over the boyfriend story.
If I were forced to pick between two possible explanations, I would tend to believe the alien story first. I mean, Barack Obama just said they're real. You know what I mean? So I don't know.
I don't know.
It is. I did come to the realization recently, though, because, my dad's a conspiracy guy and this and that, and I loved unsolved mysteries. And so I would like to believe that perhaps it doesn't seem to make a lot of sense to me that there would not be aliens. But also at this point, I got to thinking to myself, it's like Bigfoot. Like I used to believe in Bigfoot. My dad has a Bigfoot story too. Go figure. My crazy old man has an alien story and a Bigfoot story. He knows somebody that hit a Bigfoot in Colorado Springs with a trash truck. And they tested the DNA on the thing, and they're like, this is not anything we know of, right? It's a Bigfoot. But with all we have now with drones and thermal imaging and all this stuff, I mean, if Bigfoots existed, we'd have a carcass by now.
Would we?
Why wouldn't we?
I don't know.
You would have to have seen them by now.
It's like the Loch Ness Monster.
Well, we know the Loch Ness Monster's not true.
Well, how?
Because it's gone. Like it never happened. But like with Bigfoot, like you could just fly a drone. Like you watch Swamp People, and they're like, we got to get these invasive snakes, these 10-foot long snakes. Ugh. They just put a thermal imaging drone up in the sky, and they go, all right, here it is. Boom, and they go run and get the snake. Right? Like we have the technology to find Bigfoot now. Right? I'm just gonna have to say, I'm sorry, Bigfoot probably does not exist.
I could get behind that argument with you.
And the same thing is like with the aliens, although now Barack Obama thrown a wrench into this, saying they are real. But Like if South Korea found aliens, not South Korea, North Korea, why would they hide it? Like why would every single country on earth be in on the conspiracy? Like why would Russia hide aliens? What interest does every civilized nation on the planet have to conceal aliens?
That's a good point.
Right. So like, and why would it have? Why would it be that every alien has to conceal themselves? Like, why wouldn't they just be like, "Yo, we're here.
Yeah.
Good to see you again. How are those pyramids holding up? Looking pretty good." Right.
I don't know. These are all good questions, Dan. I look, if you're an alien, just come out and show us that you're an alien.
Right.
I mean, don't they have like special powers and stuff? Can they go invisible? I don't know.
Can they do that thing where they shriek and they make your brain explode because they put out a pulsating noise like in Independence Day?
Yeah, maybe.
Stuff like that. You know who we need to get on the show who probably knows about this? Corey Feldman.
Okay.
He knows about all the behind-the-scenes stuff, like the Illuminati and all that stuff. So we would do that. All right, so coming up next, man, talk about the gift that keeps on giving. The morning show just keeps giving the Dan Jacobs Show validation day after day. And I'm on my way to work this morning, and I could not believe my ears coming out of the morning show. We'll get to that coming up next.
If the goal is to win a Super Bowl,
hey, let's go, bring it out!
Do the Broncos need a new top target in the wide receiver room?
What he brings to the table, I do believe that he can be your main wide receiver on a championship team. All he does is work. He's a great leader for that football team. I like to see more, but I really do like Cortland, and he could be the main guy on a championship team, no doubt about it.
Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Are your investments in the right accounts? What's best, traditional or Roth? Are you receiving all available tax deductions? Are you paying as little in tax as you can? These are all questions you can't afford to get wrong. Hi, I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth, and in many cases, it's not what you make, but it's what you keep that makes the real difference. Trajan Wealth and Trajan Tax work closely together exclusively. No more guessing about whether you should do a Roth conversion, or if maxing out your 401k is really the best option. Our nationally recognized fiduciary advisors and CPA team work in tandem to make sure your tax strategy works with your investment strategy. We'll even do your tax preparation. One team, one strategy. Isn't it time for a second opinion? Call Trajan today, 720-204-8100. That's 720-204-8100.
Trajan Wealth, an SEC registered investment advisor. Additional services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Additional disclosures and accreditation at TrajanWealth.com.
We'll admit, we've already thrown in the towel on the New Year's resolution.
Yeah, and we made it through dry January. But one healthy new habit we're sticking with is Active Liver from New Nordic. Did you know your liver works around the clock processing food, sugar, alcohol, and everyday toxins? All things that can really impact your health.
That's why daily support matters. Active Liver is designed to help protect normal liver function and support your body's natural detox process.
With trusted ingredients like milk thistle, turmeric, and artichoke extract, it's gentle enough to take all year long.
No harsh cleanses, no extreme detoxes, just simple daily liver support. We really feel the difference.
Yup, more energy and the peace of mind knowing we can enjoy the good things in life while giving our liver the love it needs.
Active Liver is available online at Amazon or NewNordicUSA.com. Or you can find it in stores at CVS, Meijer Grocery, Wegmans, and now Active Liver is available at your local GNC.
What's going on, everybody? After that romantic Valentine's, I know there's a bunch of you guys out there who are thinking about popping that question here soon. Am I right? Well, let me save you some time and money by telling you something as simple as this. Whether you're starting your next chapter with your perfect diamond engagement ring, or celebrating a new milestone, or finally just doing something special for yourself for once, this is where it all begins. Imagine the finest jewelry legends all in one store together, making you feel just like family, and their surface is going to reflect that. So come shop the finest Zeus diamonds in Denver. They have every size, shape, and price range you can imagine, and the largest selection of engagement ring settings I've ever set eyes on. And not only are they going to share the secrets of the business with you, they're going to give you the best price in Colorado, guaranteed. So why wouldn't you want to create moments of memories for yourself and the ones you love by going to Williams Jewelers, the official jeweler of the Colorado Avalanche, Denver's first family of fine jewelers, located in Cherry Creek North on 3rd Avenue, and also in Inglewood and Broadway and Bellevue. And don't forget to mention my name, Philip Lindsay, when you step through one of those doors.
Free barbecue? Yep. absolutely free barbecue. Hey, everybody, Dan Jacobs, the barbecue lawyer at 303 Law 4040. It's 2026, and we are taking our free meal program to the next level, and I want you to help spread the word with me if you can. I got a brand new smoker, and this thing's a beast. It's over 6 feet tall, so we can cook that 1,000 pounds of free barbecue each and every month. Here's what you do. It's Eastern Hills Community Church, 4 to 6 p.m. every first and third Thursday. I'm smoking up delicious pulled pork or my addictive copycat Chipotle recipe, and we're serving it up for free. You just get in line, you pop the trunk, we put free groceries in your trunk, and then we ask you how many meals you need for the night. It's that simple, no questions asked. It's at Smoky Hill and Arapahoe Road every first and third Thursday, 4 to 6 p.m. Help us spread the word, and if you have any questions, you can always call me. The barbecue lawyer's number is 303 Law 4040.
Follow us on YouTube, Instagram, and TikTok at Denver Sports 1043 to stay up to date on all your local teams. Denver Sports 1043. The Fan. Happy President's Day, Denver. In for Dover and Cecil, here's the Honorable Judge Dan Jacobs.
Now, wait a minute. Did I not read my own promo?
I don't think you did.
You came in, you brought the copy in, Kevin.
Yeah.
And you said, we got to read this once an hour. I'm the sponsor for the promo, and I didn't even read it in the first hour. What is wrong with me? Once per hour, it says it right here. Calling all wrestling superfans, we have your chance to go to Las Vegas for the biggest pro wrestling event in the world. It's the Superfan Send-Off presented by 303 Law 4040. Here's what you get. A pair of 2-night tickets to the event, round-trip airfare for two from Denver to Las Vegas, 2 nights hotel stay, and what I like to call a little walking around money, $500 on a Visa gift card. For more information and to enter, head to denversports.com/superfan. There we go. Presented by 303 Law 4040. All right, speaking of, I was talking about before the break, the morning show. We have a saying, and I know it drives all the other hosts nuts, but it's funny because it's true, right? We have a saying on, for those of you that don't know, my name's Dan Jacobs. I'm filling in for Dover and Cecil. Perhaps you have not heard of me before, but many of you know me from the cleverly titled Dan Jacobs Show on the weekends here on the station. 11 a.m. to 2 on Saturdays, the Easy Like Sunday morning edition, 10 a.m. to 1 on Sundays. And we have a saying that is true. I say I love these guys. You know, I grew up with a Zach By poster on my wall when I was a little kid, right? Like, I love all my teammates here at the station, okay? But the best thing about it is, if you want to know, I love listening to the shows, but if you want to know what the other shows will be talking about tomorrow, you just got to listen to the Dan Jacobs Show today, right? Because, or 6 months ago, or whatever, because generally what happens is something will happen. So, I don't know, for example, Evan Ingram, right? Evan Ingram gets signed, and all the media members, the little sycophants, you know, they gobble it all up, and they explode it into something, and they do no analysis, which is weird because I'm told all the experts do is watch tape. Like, I've been told that you and I, as a regular fan, we can't possibly know anything about football because we don't watch tape, which is weird. Now, Evan Ingram seems like he has a track record. Seems like there's a sample size. But almost en masse, the entire Denver media, when Evan Ingram was signed, our answers, our tight end problem has been cured. All of our ills are gone. The Savior is here. Evan Ingram could be 1,000-yard, blah, blah, all this stuff about Evan Ingram. Turns out it didn't happen that way. And it turns out, maybe you could see it happening. So I'm driving, and we talked about that on the Dan Jacobs Show, right? And guess what I hear today on the morning show? Well, they talked about it for quite a while. I thought it was good. Let me bring this to you from Schlereth and Evans this morning.
I know a lot of people aren't happy with Evan Ingram, and I've called his 50-catch season the quietest 50-catch season I've ever seen. But But I did a deeper dive into Evan Ingram at my counter. Got the notes to prove it.
Yeah, at the
notepad.
kitchen counter.
At the kitchen counter.
Right.
But I think before you crush Evan Ingram, you got to realize that what you got from Evan Ingram is Evan Ingram. This has been his career. If you take out his 2023 season in Jacksonville, when he had 114 catches, 963 yards, and 4 touchdowns, if you take his other 8 seasons in the NFL, an average NFL season for Evan Ingram is 54 catches, 552 yards, and a tick over 2 touchdowns per year. This year with the Broncos, 50 catches, 461 yards, and 1 touchdown. This actually was Evan Ingram being who Evan Ingram has been his entire career, save for 1 year. So if he gave you kind of who he is and what he's always been, should you be that upset with the guy?
No, I don't. I think some of the reason that people are upset with Evan Ingram, and I think we're all there, is because there was such hype about the Joker. That this guy is just gonna be such a difference maker, and we've been so, just as a, I think a fan base kind of jaded because we just have not gotten tight end production, and we've been in a division that had Antonio Gates for a long time. We've been in a division now that has Brock Bowers with the Raiders. We've been in a division that has had Travis Kelce just, crushing us on a consistent basis. So we have not been able to find that guy or have that dude that's a difference maker in the middle of the football field. And even though it's 50 catches, it just, like you've said before, and I've used it, it's just quiet 50 catches. Never seemed like anything dynamic. I think the one jerk route against Kansas City that went down the middle of the football field, we're all like, that's what we've been expecting. But we didn't get very much of that over the course of the season, which, I think just left you wanting more from that position.
And, boy, that Kay Adams. Boy, did I fall for her beguiling ways, because she started talking about Evan Ingram as the Joker and everything like this, and man, I guzzled that Kool-Aid.
Yeah,
I
hook, line,
totally did.
sinker.
And what I probably should have done was stay true to what I've always felt about free agency. Beware when you're talking about free agency. Beware when you put a lot of expectations on a player in free agency, because he's a free agent. And the fact that he's a free agent, the team that knows him the best was prepared to let him go. They were prepared to lose him for whatever reason, but they did not consider this person a must keep. That's what free agency is. And as we get excited about free agency, always keep that in mind. So when we talk about Evan Ingram, remember, the Giants had him for several years. They were prepared to move on. Jacksonville had him for a couple years, including that massive 114 catch season that I was telling you about for almost 1,000 yards. They were prepared to let him go. So there were already some, red flags out there, I guess, when it came to, hey, maybe temper your expectations with Evan Ingram. So now the question is, Mark, what do you do in year 2? If this is who he is, do you sign up for another year or do you move on?
Well, I mean, obviously, I don't know all the cap ramifications, but I think if you cut him, there's quite a bit of dead men. You don't save a ton of money by cutting him. And so, he's still, to me, a valuable asset. He's still got a guy that you can use as a matchup guy. I just feel like he's more of what I would call your classic F tight end as opposed to your Y tight end. And I've been saying this forever, even though you poo-poo it. You need a legitimate kind of Y guy that can not only run routes and get open and be that guy, but can also be in line and block people, and somebody that doesn't give such a tell of what you're doing. And that's been the position, Mike, that we just have not figured that position out. And you get a guy that's, a lot of times we'll get a Y, and this guy's going to be a Y, but he's not a dynamic route runner, so to speak, and he's not a dominant run blocker. Or maybe he's a dominant run blocker, but he's not going to get open. Or maybe he's pretty good at getting open, but he can't actually block anybody. Like those are the issues that you get into, and we got to find to me, it's such a valuable position. And it is such when you go out there and you're in multiple tight ends and you've got a guy that can block or whatever, it makes the defense makes them have to tell you what they're going to do, like how they're going to play this. And so we just have not had that guy that has that kind of versatility that basically puts pressure on a defense.
So is it better to stay with Evan Ingram, 1 year, $14 million, or look into the free agent market? I know you're not a big Kyle Pitts fan. Isaiah Likely, Cade Otton. I know you like Cade Otton as a blocking tight end, but he's not a prolific pass-catching tight end. Or even Dallas Goedert. A lot of people have brought up Dallas Goedert. And you take a look at Dallas Goedert, and keep in mind these were the numbers for Evan Ingram this year, 50 catches, 461 yards. Goedert had 60 catches for 591 yards. He had the 11 touchdowns, but that was a complete outlier. If you look at the average season for Dallas Goedert, kind of been in the league, almost as long as Evan Ingram. An average season for Goddard is 51 catches, 584 yards, and 4 touchdowns. He had 11 this year, but that was an absolute outlier. The most he'd ever had before in his career was 5 in a season. So, even a guy like Dallas Goedert, does he represent a significant upgrade over an Evan Ingram, knowing that you're going to have to pay more for him?
All right, so they had their say on Evan Ingram. Now, I at least give Mike a little bit of credit. We're going to have to talk about this on the other side. But at least Mike Evans took a little bit of medicine for his nonsense about Evan Ingram prior to the season. We'll get into that coming up next.
After missing 16 games with a knee injury, is something wrong with Nikola Jokic?
I'm watching Jokic, and if you're just looking at the stat sheet, and Adelman's, quoting the stats after the game, and I got it. But if you know the standard that Jokic has set for himself for us to judge him by, we're just not seeing the best version of that guy right now.
Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
He saved hundreds on auto insurance switching to Progressive. With that money, he bought a mini treadmill. Is walking on it during video conference calls more distracting than he thought? Yes. And is that because he overestimated his foot-eye coordination? Definitely. But it's Logan's savings, and if he wants to burn calories and any chance at a promotion, we say, good for you, Logan. Switch and see if you could save with Progressive and treat yourself. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates.
Why choose a Sleep Number smart bed?
Can I make my site softer?
Can I make my site firmer?
Can we sleep cooler?
Sleep Number does that. Cools up to 8 times faster and lets you choose your ideal comfort on either side, your Sleep Number setting. Enjoy personalized comfort for better sleep night after night. And now, during our President's Day sale, take 50% off our limited edition bed, plus free premium delivery with any bed and base. Ends Monday. Only at a Sleep Number store or sleepnumber.com.
President's Day means all 2025s need to go at Ziltahar Motors. This month, get up to $10,000 off or 0% financing for 72 months on all remaining 2025 Ford F-150s. Search all available 2025 inventory and pricing at sthmotors.com and get an instant quote for top value for your trade-in. Ziltahar Motors is Colorado's most trusted dealer for over 66 years. No cutting corners, no corporate games, just real deals from real people. $10,000 off your next F-150 at Ziltahar Motors. Get everything you want out of a dealership.
Okay, does this happen to anybody else? You sit down with a juicy QPC, some McNuggets, and those golden fries from McDonald's. Then you take a long sip of your Sprite because you can still hear your mama saying, don't fill up on that drink before you eat your food. But you're grown now, so you do what you want.
Share and share alike with the 20-piece McNuggets from McDonald's for just $6. Limited time only. Price and participation may vary. Cannot be combined with any other offer.
Ba-da-ba-ba-ba.
Imagine finding your dream home and moving in right away. No waiting to sell your old place first. Sounds perfect, right? That's exactly what Orchard's Move First, Sell Later program lets you do. Buy your new home now and sell the old one later. Here's how it works. Orchard gives you cash so you can buy and move into your new home first, on your timeline. No waiting, no showings, no double moves. Then the Orchard experts take it from there. They handle repairs on your old home for you so you attract the right buyers. Once they're done, a local Orchard agent lists and sells your home for top dollar. Orchard's Move First program gives you the freedom to buy and move into your new home first and sell your old home later. Buy before you sell and get top dollar for your home with Orchard. Ready to find out how much your home is worth? Visit Orchard.com to get your free home valuation. That's Orchard.com.
Buy more, save more during Furniture Row's fantastic 4-day sale Friday through Monday. Save $100 for every $1,000 you spend. Plus 60 months, no interest financing, no down payment. Shop now at FurnitureRow.com.
Happy President's Day, Denver. In for Dover and Cecil, here's the Honorable Judge Dan Jacobs.
All right. Dan Jacobs, Kevin Kistner here, coming for Dover and Cecil on President's Day. We should do a segment called Sarcastic or Not. That'd be a good segment, I think.
That'd be a good one.
So we have one here, a text on the RamosLaw.com text link. Sarcastic or not? Dan, have to say, having you discuss Bigfoot on sports radios on a sports radio station on a holiday is just wonderful. I'm leaning towards sarcasm.
I'm leaning that way too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But what's funny, I did learn something from the text line because there was more than one text on this. I never heard this, and I felt, as far as Bigfoot went, like, just due to my family history and documentaries and stuff like that, I felt like I knew about Bigfoot, right? But apparently there's a new prevailing theory out there that big feet are somehow, they can, bend the space-time continuum, or they're interdimensional or something, so they can manipulate any technology that would detect them.
Really?
Yeah, exactly. That's my response. Like, that's how we're defending our.
Okay, how far are we going to reach here?
I know, exactly.
This is Hollywood status now.
Yeah. No, it's good stuff. Somebody says, I love the idea of sarcastic or not. Yeah, I think we could run with this. Like, I could do this on the weekend show.
I think that'd be a good benchmark for you.
Yeah, sarcastic or not. Yeah, we could do that. That's good. Now. We played a long clip from the morning show earlier, and here's why. This happens all the time. Like, something happens, the media runs with it, and I'm the lone voice of reason, actually looking more than surface level deep on certain items. So, just for example, Kevin, I can't remember a running back that's been drafted around here in the last, 10 years. That the media hasn't said is the next whatever, right? Royce Freeman was going to be, Javonte Williams was going to be, RJ Harvey. We ran promos on this station, Mark Schlereth's voice, like, oh, he's going to be the starter day one. Yeah, like every running back we ever draft is automatically crowned, right? Here's a good one. And Mike alluded to this, but I've been saying this for years. Apparently, Mike's been on the station for like 30 years, and apparently he's just now figuring this out, this nugget that, if you're a free agent, somebody else, the team that was in the best position to know your skill set and your value said no thanks, right? And here's a prime example where the media got completely hoodwinked, in this case by John Elway. Sorry, Kevin. And I couldn't believe it. I was like, Joe Flacco.
Oh, my gosh.
What did we hear about Joe Flacco? Like even going into this, even for what I used to call, but you're not allowed to do it anymore because you don't want to hurt feelings. I used to call him the suck up, John Elway suck up media, right? Because they just would suck up to John Elway. Can't do that anymore. I'm not allowed to say that. So, but anyway, even with them before the Joe Flacco signing, there was a little bit of, I don't know about this, but the day of the press conference, we all went down to Dove Valley, and John Elway's spitting out, what was he saying? He says, Joe Flacco is a Super Bowl winning MVP quarterback just now entering his prime.
At 34 years old.
Whatever age he was, right?
Yep.
And I'm thinking to myself, that's weird. Because why do you think the Baltimore Ravens, who won a Super Bowl with him and paid him a lot of money, would be allowing him to walk? Why do you think that is? Oh, well, we found out. Sure, didn't we? But day of, as soon as John Elway said it, even people that I remember before the press conference, all of a sudden they're on board. Oh, yeah. And I said, in fact, I remember there was a former host on the station that got mad at me because I said, Joe Flacco is a Band-Aid. John Elway is the Band-Aid man. These Case Keenums and Joe Flacco's, he's a Band-Aid. And you can't Band-Aid your way to a championship. And, oh, boy, this guy took offense. Years later, you know what I heard him call Joe Flacco? A Band-Aid. He said Joe Flacco was a Band-Aid. I take it as a sign of respect, right? And we talk about, like Vic Fangio. People go down there, and they see Vic Fangio, and he talks about, was it being late to a meeting or whatever? He spins some yarn about accountability, and everybody, what was it, inches or something like that?
Death by inches.
Death by inches. He delivers the infamous death by inches quote, and everybody just fell in love with grumpy old Vic Fangio. Guy couldn't coach a lick. And my position was, he's been in the league for 30 or 40 years. Why do you think he's never been considered as a head coach before? Why do you think that is? And they thought it was cute that he didn't care about certain things. Like he didn't care to, he made a joke to the Chicago media. They're like, how are you preparing for your, you got to coach the Bears defense, but also get ready for your big job interview with the Broncos. I'm not preparing at all. Ha, 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 ha. So here's a guy that's about to be put in charge of a $4 billion organization, and we're all celebrating the fact that he's put no thought into it. So we had no clue Vic Fangio was going to stink at it. Oh, guess what? He did stink at it. I guess there was a reason why, but everybody was just hypnotized because he said death by inches or whatever it was, right? And by the way, what did they get? How was the Vic Fangio era remembered? It was exactly that, death by inches. Like they had no discipline. He couldn't make critical game time decisions. And so here we are again, the Evan Ingram thing. Now all of a sudden, the morning show, who they just admitted they were as complicit as anybody else, drinking the Kool-Aid before the season, that Evan Ingram was going to be the Joker. He was going to be this or that. And we said on the Dan Jacobs Show, well, that would be nice. But if we look at his track record, that's traditionally not who he's been. He did have the one big year. Outside of that, you're going to expect things from him that he's really not consistently done. But that's all we heard. And by the way, the one thing they did fail to mention, and not that I'm killing Evan Ingram, but they also failed to mention that both he and Cortland Sutton, I think they were tied for fourth in drops in the entire league this year. Like Broncos had 2 guys in the top 5 in drops.
They had a bunch.
Yeah. So it's funny. And by the way, we did the same thing with the morning show Friday. They did a big segment on Cortland Sutton. I've been talking about Cortland Sutton for years. Now, all of a sudden, and I've heard it on the drive, even though, trust me, Zach By loves him some Cortland Sutton. Don't you dare speak bad about Cortland Sutton. But all of a sudden, I hear him talking, like hinting, at least allowing the thought to enter his head. These my teammates on the station now, they're coming around to the fact that, we've seen the very best we're probably ever going to see out of Cortland Sutton. Is he a $100 million wide receiver? You're shaking your head back there, Kevin.
No, I never thought he was one of those $100 million wide receivers. And when I think of guys like that, I'm thinking of a top 3 or 4 in the NFL. One of those elite guys that no matter what, they're getting 12 to 1,500 yards every year. Jamar Chase, Justin Jefferson, those type of guys. Now, is he a great number 1 on bad teams? Yeah.
He's a great one?
On bad teams, yeah.
He's a great number 1 on a bad team.
On a bad team. Now, you put him with the Vikings or you put him with the Bengals, then yeah, he's your number 2 receiver.
Let me push back on you. Has he been on some bad teams?
Oh, yeah.
He has, right?
Ever since he's been drafted until these last 2 years.
Now, you mentioned, kind of a great season is 1,500 yards, 1,200 yards.
Those are those elite seasons.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
How many of those? How many seasons, even when he was on bad teams, which is a valid point, which has been my point about him. Like he's getting all you can eat right now because they don't have. They kind of transitioned this year. You saw more out of Troy Franklin. Looks like they're going to get Marvin Mims involved, but Cortland Sutton has been the only guy eating at this table with Russ, with Bo Nix. So he's been on even some bad teams, the guy. How many 1,500-yard seasons does he have in his career, Kevin?
He has one 1,100-yard season, and that was his second year in the NFL. The last 2 years with Bo, he's had 1,000 yards each.
Okay, so he's never had a 1,500-yard season.
He's never had one of those elite
Even on the bad team, when you said he's been great, he's never had a 1,500-yard season, correct?
Correct.
He's never had a 1,200-yard season, right?
Correct.
He's had one season in his career where he's gotten to double-digit touchdowns.
Yes.
So it would be reasonable to expect to say he's probably never going to be a 1,500 or 1,200-yard receiver that gets you 12 touchdowns.
Correct.
It's never happened before. It's probably never going to happen again.
Right.
Okay. And they gave him a $92 million deal because when he was already under contract for a couple years, because
I don't know.
Yeah.
I think me and you kind of been on the same page. Like, my whole thing is like the Broncos, I think of it as like a house. The house is built. You're starting to put the furniture in. You got the nice couches in. Everything's good. Well, guess what? You got all the main things in. I want that 75-inch TV now. And that 75-inch TV is one of those nice wide receivers, one of those elite guys. I want a Cooper, well, not a Cooper Kupp anymore because he's a little more aged, but I want a Jamar Chase, a Justin Jefferson. I want one of those elite wide receivers. I want that most expensive collectible to put in my man cave. Like, I want those type of things now. Everything's built. Let's go get those sexy toys and let's have some fun here.
Well, I will push back just a little bit. I think you're being a little optimistic, but we agree the same analogy. And this is how I was grading George Payton. I called it the three little pigs.
Okay.
Right? And the problem with John Elway was he never wanted to build a house with bricks. He was always using sticks and straws.
Yeah.
And I said, I'm going to judge George Payton as a general manager when he actually had some authority on how he does it. And what did he do? He went and got Russell Wilson. He tried the sticks and straws route, and it failed. He failed miserably as a real GM, right? This is the reason why I like the idea of Sean Payton. He knows how to build a foundation, and I think what you're getting at is they've done that. They've built the foundation. Problem is, they don't have nice couches on offense. On offense, outside of Bo Nix, you're a big Bo Nix guy.
Yeah.
What does Bo Nix have to work with? I've always put it this way. Like, who would you start on your fantasy football team outside of Bo Nix on the offense at any position?
Nobody.
If you're a defensive coordinator in the NFL, who on the Broncos offense outside of maybe Bo Nix causes you to lose sleep?
I mean, Sutton might make you think a little.
You're losing sleep over Cortland
But you're not losing sleep. It's one of those like, oh, it's already midnight. I forgot to go to bed an hour ago.
Yeah.
But like if you were to shut Cortland Sutton down, those other weapons haven't shown up. Now, is it because of those weapons? Or is it Sean Payton not using those weapons correctly? I look at Marvin Mims. I don't think you used Marvin Mims correctly at all this year. What you did at the end of 2024 was phenomenal. You gave him the ball and let him do things. Troy Franklin, you dropped a few passes, man. You dropped some key passes this year. You also made a few good plays, but I'm ready for those guys to take a ginormous step. And I don't know if they can take that ginormous step. That's why I want to go out and get elite guys that have taken that step.
All right. We're going to continue this conversation. Also get out to the Ramos. I always like to round out the hour with a couple. We always say if you have something good, something clever, something funny, something passionate on the RamosLaw.com text line, we'll make you famous. We'll read it right here on these very airwaves. We'll do that next.
The Chair. Do you consider yourself a super fan? Well, now's your chance to prove it. It's Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan Super Fan Send-Off, presented by 303 Law 4040, sending you to Las Vegas for the biggest pro wrestling event in the world. A pair of 2-night event tickets, airfare, and hotel all included, plus a $500 Visa card. So get in the ring and enter now at denversports.com/superfan. That's denversports.com/superfan.
DeerTrailMeatCo.com. That's DeerTrailMeatCo.com. What I love about Deer Trail, in addition to it's just being delicious, healthy, locally raised beef, which is awesome, right? You don't have to worry about the big cattle farms injecting all sorts of hormones and stuff into your beef. It's raised right here on the family ranch just outside Bennett, Colorado. I've been out there. I've seen it with my own eyes. And then they take it to the meat locker up the road in Deer Trail, just off I-70. But here's the thing. You really save a tremendous amount of money, but you kind of save twice. Because I know before I got Deer Trail, what do I want to do for dinner? I don't know. I'll run to the store. Then I run to the store to get a protein, and then I buy a bunch of other stuff I don't need. So, boom. Now with the way inflation is and prices, you're not spending $30 if you impulse buy. Like, next thing you know, you got $90 on the line. First off, you stop the impulse buying. But second, beef prices have gone through the roof. We're talking about steaks that used to cost $4.99 a pound, costing $16 a pound. Steaks used to be able to get for $14 a pound, now $32 a pound. Hamburger used to be $2 a pound, now it's $7 a pound. Not with DeerTrailMeatCo.com. You bundle, they deliver it to your front door, and you get tremendous savings, and they give you a money-back guarantee. Check them out, DeerTrailMeatCo.com.
Hi there, I'm Kim Rudell, owner of Wills and Wellness Estate Planning. Did you know that taking the time to create your estate plan isn't really for yourself, but it's for your loved ones? Show your family some love and give them the gift of peace of mind by creating a plan that outlines your wishes in case something unexpected happens. We can help you get organized by creating a new plan or by revising an old one. Find us at willsandwellness.com or give us a call at 720-266-8190.
Never have I ever called my sister from the finish line of my first marathon.
Hello?
You won't believe where I am.
Are you running?
Mile 26. I'm gonna make it.
Switch to T-Mobile's 55 Plus plan and get iPhone 16e with its advanced camera system on us. Plus, 2 lines for just $30 a line.
Guys, I can't believe it.
I knew you could do it, babe.
That was amazing. Mom, how do you feel? I feel great. I can't feel my feet. Let's take a picture, and then you may carry me to the car.
Share every stride, every mile, every memory on America's best network. Switch to T-Mobile's 55 Plus plan and get iPhone 16e on us and 2 lines for just $30 a line.
With 24 monthly bill credits and 2 eligible port-ins on Essentials 55 Plus for well-qualified customers with AutoPay plus taxes, fees, and $35 device connection charge. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. Contact us. Finance agreement 128 gigabytes, $599.99 required. Best mobile network in the U.S. based on analysis by Ookla of Speed Test Intelligence data 1H 2025. Visit T-Mobile.com.
Men, it's the new year, and for many of us, it's a time of deciding to make positive changes in our lives. This is Jeff for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, and if you're suffering with erectile dysfunction and are tired of the frustration and embarrassment ED causes, you should call the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic today. because there probably isn't a better resolution you can make than to be done with ED. You see, ED doesn't just affect you, it can also affect your partner, even if they don't talk about it. But here's some great news. If you're like most guys, the treatments at the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic will give you back your sex life, because our protocols have success rates that work in well over 90% of cases. Seriously, you might even find you're performing like you haven't in years. So, make an appointment and get ED out of your life. Your initial visit is only $99 and includes blood work, a medical consult, and if medically advised, a test dose. And if that test dose doesn't work in the office, your visit is free. Call 720-440-7900 or go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. That's RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. We have 5 offices across the Front Range to serve you.
Hey, it's Mike Evans. Restore your bald spot, reverse your receding hairline, or add volume to thinning hair with the same simple one-day treatment I receive from Dr. Tanya Pauls of Advanced Hair. Your own natural hair begins regrowing the very next day, and your new hair is guaranteed to grow. Advanced Hair has changed tens of thousands of lives, including mine. For your free consultation, $250 off, and 250 free hair grafts, call 720-459-HAIR, advancedhair.com.
Follow us on X at DEN Sports 1043 for up-to-the-minute information and opinions on all things Denver sports. Also, we can still call it Twitter, right? Denver Sports 1043 The Fan, DenverSports.com, and the Denver Sports app. Don't at me, bro. It's time to check your X.
Why are you stalking me?
No, not that X.
Twitter, unfollow.
Here's Dover and Cecil to help you swipe, scroll, and screenshot your way through today's top headlines.
Power of social media. I'm on Team Gets It.
All right, before we get to that, calling all wrestling superfans, we have your chance to go to Las Vegas for the biggest pro wrestling event in the world. It's the Superfan Send-Off presented by 303 Law 4040. Here's what you get. A pair of 2-night tickets to the event, round-trip airfare from Denver to Las Vegas, 2 nights hotel stay, and a little walking around money, a little pocket money, $500 on a Visa gift card. For more information and to enter, head to denversports.com/superfan. Now, Kevin, talk about no good deed goes unpunished.
Okay.
I thought we came up with a really good idea. This segment idea. We're fleshing it out a little bit, right?
The sarcasm, sarcasm.
Yeah. Sarcastic or not, right?
Okay.
We could read, tweets or texts and trying to discern whether they're sarcastic or not, which I thought was a great idea, right? But now what has happened is, as sometimes happen, our listeners are weaponizing that against me. Like what? Well, it's now becoming on the RamosLaw.com text line just a way to take shots at Dan Jacobs.
So this is backfired on
It's
you.
Talk about your all-time backfires. So here's one. Here's one for you. I love how much you love the sound of your own voice. Now, is that fair, Kevin? Like, I don't think I love the sound of my... Well, I kind of did. I mean, it is a nice voice.
I mean, you do have a nice voice.
I mean,
I just don't know I don't know if you're trotting around like, I love my voice.
We actually had a program director on this station who fired a major host to put himself on the air and then produced his own show open with a clip talking about how great his own voice was.
Really?
Yeah. I've never done that. Now, here's another one. Dan, I love how humble you are. Sarcastic or not? That's from Brian and Evans.
I feel like that one's not.
I feel like that is sarcastic. I feel like it's just going to be like a bunch of people hurling insults at me and pretending it's sarcastic, but it's not really sarcastic. It's just an insult.
Yeah.
I don't know. I do get it a lot. The closest I've ever had of anybody explaining it to me is that they said, Dan, sometimes the way you talk with a certainty, right? Now I'm honored, privileged to be here, but the reason I'm here is because they believe I can give opinions. Well, what are we going to do? Be like Woody Allen? Like, I don't know. Like, maybe they're right about Evan Ingram. Maybe he is going to, Colin Sutton, I don't know. He could get 2,000 yards and 22 touchdowns. Like. You got to stand by your convictions. And so some people do believe, like another one I'll get is Dan thinks he's the smartest person in the room. I would never say that. I don't believe that. I never believe that. But people think that about that. I think that. I don't think that. But they think I'm, I don't know, conceited somehow. Kevin, you've known me a long time.
Yeah.
We talk off the air.
Yeah.
Am I conceited?
No.
I don't get it.
No, I don't get that at all from you.
So I don't know. But so apparently the segment's going to backfire. It's going to be, people just hurling insults at me.
Yeah, we might need to just move on from that one.
We just have to move on. Forget it. Scrap that. By the way, I think this is the first time in the history of the station we've talked about Bigfoot. So all those people are coming out of, apparently, yes, they can bend time and stuff like that. So that's good.
I got a legit question.
Mm-hmm.
Everyone talks about Bigfoot, but how big are his feet?
They're shack size. I think that's the best way to put it.
Like a size 22.
Maybe even smaller. Yeah, like in Nepal, they've had the casts of the big feet.
Okay.
Right? Like they're big, but they're not like
I wear a size 14, sometimes a 15.
Okay, so they're wow, you have a size 15 foot?
Sometimes.
Wow.
Depends on the shoe.
Yeah. So they're about
So am I considered Bigfoot?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, you got the scruffy beard and all that. Yeah,
Cecil thought I was hairy the other day.
Yeah. Well, so there you go. Yeah, they're about the size of your feet.
Okay. So they're not really big feet. I'm
that
thinking,
is pretty big. That's Bigfoot.
But I'm thinking if I don't know, this character or creature that we never see, I would expect it to be like a size 25 foot.
I guess maybe some of them are. Like
maybe.
I don't know. But yeah, they're big feet and they're just like big human looking things.
Okay.
If they exist.
How tall do you think they are?
7 foot.
7 foot.
They're like Shaq's. Like poor Shaq, man. Like he's the size of a Bigfoot. But yeah, this is a hairy Shaq running around.
A hairy Shaq.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. All right. So there you go. All right. Man, has it been 2 hours?
Time is flying.
It's been the funnest 2 hours in the history of this show. But time is flying. So coming up next, we have our big sweep. For those of you that missed it over 2 hours ago, we visited with James Marilat. We're going to revisit that conversation because I want to give James a hard time about something he mentioned. We'll get into that next.
Has the rubber officially met the road for Coach Prime and the Bucks?
They have to win 8 games this year. They have to be competitive. You had the Heisman, you had your son, you revamped the team, you revamped the coaching staff. Now it's time to go to work. Now it's time to win games. There is no more excuses. Enough's enough.
Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Jacob's Law, 303 Law 4040. That's 303 Law 4040. Proud sponsor of the Super Fan Send-Off. Right, we'll send you out to watch some wrestling. But we're here, proud to be here for you. I'm thinking about it. We've helped hundreds of loyal listeners just like you. And, I've been a trial lawyer for 15 years. I've been doing this for about the last 5. I didn't know what to think of it until about 5 years ago. And then I realized, because all the lawyer jokes and things like that. But until you're in an accident and you realize you have no idea what to do, and then you don't even know that the insurance companies are paid to get over on you. Like, I never thought of it. But now, and that's what my lovely wife Kimberly loves about her job now, too, by the way, working at 303 Law 4040. We just get to help people when they're hurting. That's all. And then we get to help them get some compensation for the hurt that somebody else put you through, knowing that they have insurance, and their insurance is paid to pay you as little as possible. We're paid to make sure you get paid as much as possible. When you call 303 Law 4040, it's not some answering service or anything like that. You speak directly with me or my lovely wife, Kimberly, and we'll come meet with you in person, talk about your case. 303 Law 4040. Save that number in your phone. You never know when you're going to need it. It's 303 Law 4040.
Hi, Dan Cicchini with Dunright. Great pricing options and bank financing? You bet. Kitchens, baths, counters and floors, finished basements, windows and doors. Done right since 1985. You have our word, we'll treat you right at Done Right. Visit drhi.com. Thanks.
I started my first business when I was 12, mowing lawns for about $5 a yard. I learned if you do the job right, people trust you and customers care that you show up and do what you say you're going to do. Hi, I'm Tommy Mello, owner of Don's Garage Doors. From garage door repairs to upgrades, we show up, we stand behind every job. We only use the best parts and spring's guaranteed to last a lifetime. When you care about the people you serve, you work harder and it shows. Call Don's Garage Doors today or schedule online at donsgaragedoors.com.
When it comes to garage doors, no one knows more.
Is your money doing everything it can for you? Like automatically pushing more of your money to savings every day?
I don't think so.
Then switch to Huntington Bank and let's get more from money. Huntington Bank. Welcome. Eligibility requirements apply. Some features may require enrollment.
Hi, I'm Terrell Davis, two-time world champion and Pro Football Hall of Famer. There is nothing more important than your health.
This February, save up to 50% off on select premium equipment. Visit one of Fitness Gallery's 7 convenient locations from Colorado Springs to Fort Collins.
Hey guys, your boy Mark Schlereth here for my friends at Xfinity. Now, when Team USA is on, you can almost see the moment when the kid starts believing, hey, I could be next. Now, while Xfinity can't guarantee that, they can guarantee something super important. That's your internet price won't change for 5 years. No contracts, no commitments. So while your kid's ordering online or streaming highlight reels, your Xfinity internet price won't change. It will not budge. And who knows, by the time the next Winter Olympics roll around, your kid could be getting fitted for their very own Team USA uniform. And guess what? You'll be paying the same price for reliable Wi-Fi. And there's even more to enjoy with Xfinity Gold Medal Celebration. Now through February 22nd, get our best price on gig Wi-Fi for 5 years guaranteed, just $50 a month. Plus, get Peacock Premium included for 10 years. That's a $10.99 value each month. Xfinity, imagine that. Proud partner of Team USA. Restrictions applies. Requires paperless billing and auto-paid with stored bank account. Taxes, fees, extras. Actual speeds may vary.
So, you're ready to propose, huh?
Yeah, man. She's definitely the one.
What are we thinking about the ring? I got my wife's at Hellsberg. I couldn't recommend a better jeweler.
I could use some help with that.
Man, go to Hellsberg. I had no idea how many details you need to consider. Did you know you can get a natural or lab-grown diamond? I didn't. Figure out what she wants. Trust me, they'll make it happen.
Start your story with Hellsberg. Shop in store or at hellsberg.com.
The right financial strategies can make a huge difference, especially if you're nearing retirement. Adam Mueller talks retirement strategies with Mile High Money. Saturday mornings at 8 on Denver Sports 104.3, The Fan.
KKFN and KKFN HD1 Longmont, Denver. You're listening to Denver Sports 104.3, The Fan. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan presents Dover and Cecil.
Can I kick it? Yes, you can. Can I kick it? Yes, you can.
Dan Jacobs filling in for Dover and Cecil. Hour number 3 underway. We got Kevin Kistner behind the glass. Got some defenders coming to my aid. Thank you, texters. I appreciate that. I don't, normally flattery will get you everywhere on this show. But I'm good. I don't need it. Somebody else did say you're cocky. I've never thought I was cocky, but it's weird. It's the way we're perceived, right? Like, Kevin, you're perceived as a nice guy on the show. Now, in reality,
I'm a nice guy.
Okay.
Oh, is that how people say it?
No. So anyway, it's fun. Keep your sarcastic quotes, texts coming in. We love it. Now, this one I will take offense to, though. So there's this guy, Mike. And I talk about Courtland Sutton a lot because it's a topic of discussion. Like, he's supposed to be our secret weapon on offense, right? And I don't have anything personal against Courtland Sutton. He's been a good Bronco. He's a good player. My only thing has been with him is he's a malcontent when it comes to money. And so he's just not what a lot of people try and make him out to be, which you talked about, Kevin. Now, people can say I'm cocky. People may think I rub them the wrong way. But, Kevin, if you have a reputation for being one thing on this station, you are very optimistic and positive about the Broncos, are you not?
Well, I'm honest about the Broncos, but I'm very optimistic of where they're at right now. I would say I'm the biggest Bo guy on the station. There's no doubt about that.
You're not a hater.
I'm not. I'll hate on guys if they need to be hated on.
Okay, all right.
Like, I'm not the biggest Von Miller guy anymore. I mean, yeah.
You shut your mouth when you talk about
He was great
Von
on
Miller.
the field, but when you go off the field, it's like, I don't want my kids wearing a 58 jersey ever.
Okay, all right. Now, the reason I'm bringing that up, though, is between the two of us, although the funny thing is I'm the one that is giving the Broncos the most credit for their season, probably on this entire station, maybe outside of you because you have your Bo thing. But I don't understand why everybody's so negative about the Broncos right now. Like after they lost with a backup quarterback, dang near went to the Super Bowl, everybody's acting like it was, somebody died. And I thought it's a pretty darn good season. They have some things to fix, right? One of them being get Bo Nix some weapons on offense. But I've been pretty optimistic about the Broncos, and everybody else is just like, Sean Payton needs to fire himself and blah, blah. Holy cow, right? But even you admitted last segment, Courtland Sutton's not a 1,500-yard, 12-touchdown guy. He's not a 1,200. He's never had 1,500 yards. Never had 1,200 yards. I don't know. Did he have 1,100 yards in his one?
Just his second year in the NFL,
okay.
he had 1,100.
Yep. Last couple of years, he struggled to get to 1,000 yards in a 17-game season. But there's a guy, Mike, on the text line that always wants to bring up, he wants to defend Courtland Sutton, which is his right. And one of the things that Mike, for example, me being fair, Mike brings up is, Dan, you act like Courtland Sutton gets paid ridiculous money. He doesn't. Well, that's true right now. But my problem is, in fact, before this season, I said, I don't have a problem paying Courtland Sutton about what he gets paid, right? But don't tie yourself to him because he's going to be on the downslope. Don't give him a $92 million contract, right? But Mike writes in, he says, when Courtland Sutton had his 10 touchdowns, you said touchdowns were overrated and catches and yards were more important. From Mike, I never said that. I absolutely, if you want to quote me, fine, just make it accurate. I never downplayed the fact that he had 10 touchdowns. My problem with the 10 touchdown year was he had gotten a big contract. He had woefully underperformed the contract. In the 1 year, he did one thing, which was get 10 touchdowns. He used that to become a malcontent and want more money and to become a distraction. And my point was, dude, you got paid for those 10 touchdowns. Like, you got a big fat contract, and when you got hurt and were not performing up to the contract, the Broncos didn't send you packing, right? They paid you. They paid you every dime, and you started demanding more dimes when you were underperforming the contract. I never said touchdowns were not important. I would never say that. So just get your facts straight, Mike. I'm going to be fair to you. You got to be fair to me. Now, in regards to his compensation, before the season, I said, fine, give him some money for next year. He's clearly going to be your top receiver next year. If you have to, maybe 2 years, but don't get any deeper than that. What did the Broncos do? They got deeper than that. So, Mike, are you right? This year and next year, is he making ridiculous money? No, he's not. But the problem is the year after that, after this season, $30 million a year is what they're on the hook for, on the cap for Courtland Sutton. So what's likely going to happen? They're likely going to have to cut bait on Courtland Sutton, right? And that's going to cost them $15 million. Listening to the morning show this morning, what were they talking about when it came to Ben Powers? Like they could save $8 million against the cap if they cut him, so they have to make a decision. That's why I have a problem with what the Broncos did. Ben Powers is a really good player, okay? And we're talking about saving $8 million against the cap. Right? Well, so those are the types of players. Patrick Surtain only cost $16 million against the cap this year. You can get really good players for $15 or $16 million. And the Broncos decided for no reason, for a aging wide receiver that they already had under contract, that they're just going to commit long-term to him, and they're going to wind up eating $15 million for no reason, which costs them real players that I would hope, Kevin, 2 years from now, your guy Bo Nix should be leading them to a Super Bowl. Why do we not want to give Bo Nix as many weapons as possible?
Beats me.
Courtland Sutton's feelings? Because we didn't want to hurt his feelings? Is that why?
I don't know. I mean, you went out and drafted some weapons.
Yeah.
But, okay, we're 2 years in. 3 years in on Marvin Mims. Where's that step? Your Super Bowl window is now. Go win it now. You don't have time to draft and develop.
Right. All right. Well, we'll talk about the drafting and developing because that's played into kind of their mismanagement with Courtland Sutton. But I did want to just take a minute. Let's revisit. We had character on a little bit earlier in the show, James Marilat, and I'm going to give James a hard time because he's acting now like he wasn't pretending like what he was saying all throughout the season with Bo and Sean didn't exist. So I want to play that back for you, and then we'll get into it after that.
I'm great, Dan. How are you?
I'm doing fantastic. I haven't talked to you in a while. Did you take in by the way, just asking because I went to go look. I didn't even know what the heck happened. There was like 5 different All-Star games or something last night. Did you take in any of the festivities?
I did. I won't, say that I was glued to my TV. but I had it on. I watched a little bit of like Game 2 and Game 3. I missed the final game, but I thought it was kind of a fun, interesting format. I don't know if they totally solved the problem and decoded it, but it was better. They played harder. Now we'll see if they do that year in and year out, but I thought it was fairly entertaining. I give them credit for trying to come up with a solution. I thought it was all right.
Okay. Now, I did get into it. We had Will Peterson, your good friend, on. He took the James Marilat Memorial spot on Saturday on the Dan Jacobs Show.
Yeah, I appreciated him pinch hitting.
And we had him on, and it was funny. He, with a straight face, he was making the argument that from a mentality and preparation perspective, Jamal Murray has essentially been, in the same wheelhouse as Kobe Bryant all these years. And we all love what Jamal's doing this year. He's an all-star. Hopefully we win the title. Nobody's downplaying the great season that Jamal Murray's had. But I thought that was a little comical. We're just going to rewrite all of history. Or am I wrong? Am I wrong here, James? Do you think of Jamal Murray as Mamba, as that just the fierce competitor that will win at all costs type guy? Who's right here? Your good buddy Will or your good buddy Dan?
My good buddy Dan is right on this one. And look, I'm with you. Like, I'm impressed by what Jamal has done this season. He's had a really good year. He finally came in shape. Hopefully he learned that lesson of like, hey, if you're prepared and ready to go in November, it makes your season a lot more productive and successful. So hopefully he's learned that lesson. But yeah, I mean, that's a bit of a stretch by Will to say he's Kobe Bryant-esque. Part of it is frustrating of like, well, why hasn't he been doing this all along? But I guess it's better he figured it out at some point than he never figured it out at all. But yeah, let's pump the brakes on that kind of praise. Let's see if he can do it all season long. Let's see if he can carry it over into the playoffs, and then we can not even start to go down that path, but at least heap a little bit more praise on him.
Well, what Will was saying was, and here's the problem. I hold people accountable. Our teammates will say certain things, and then when I hold them accountable on it, they go, I didn't say that. You're misrepresenting that. But on my show, and you can listen to it on DenverSports.com on the podcast section, Will was saying, Dan, no. You're taking some tired narrative from one season a couple years ago, and he's been fantastic forever. I'm like, no, that's just, why do we have to rewrite history? Why can't we just appreciate what he's doing now and be respectful of the whole body of work? Like, I don't get it. But no, he's not saying what you're kind of saying, Will, is like, hey, it was bad before, but now it's good. No, he's saying it's always been good except for maybe like one blip in the road.
Well, it was good in spurts. Like, he would have his moments. And I mean, not to put words in your mouth, but to me, that was kind of always your biggest criticism of Jamal was how inconsistent he was.
Yes. 100%.
Right? Like, he would have these great games. He'd go out and put up 50, and then the next night he'd have 11. Like, it was just like, what is going on here? It was just these peaks and valleys. But we can't just forget how he unraveled in the playoffs that year they lost to Minnesota, and he's throwing heat packs and he's losing it with the officials. And it was a strange series because he hit, multiple big shots in that series and in the Lakers series before that, but he also did not have a good playoffs. He had a terrible shooting percentage. So look, he's had some great moments. He really, really has. And he was kind of an enigma. Like, there aren't a lot of guys that can go out and put up multiple 50-point games in an NBA game. Like, that's pretty hard to do. And to also be in that group and never make an all-star team, like, he had to be in a class of one at that point prior to making the team this year. So he was an enigma. He was a head-scratcher. He was frustrating because I think we all thought he had this potential in him. It's nice to finally see him living up to that potential. So let's just take the good here and hope it lasts.
Exactly. And that's all we wanted to do. We wanted, James, you and I helped inspire him to get to his maximum potential. And that's what we're happy about now.
Yeah, exactly. You got to push people, Dan.
Yeah, that's what we're doing. That's all we're doing. Now, also talking to Will, Olympics and all that, he's really following, and you go to DenverSports.com for some of this coverage. The Olympic hockey and stuff, and it's kind of funny. What we discovered was in our visit with Will is that I guess the Avs actually can score on the power play. It just has to be in the Olympics.
Yeah. When they're mixed and matched with other people and playing with their countrymen. But I mean, it's cool. They got 8 guys. I think it's 8 guys that are over there. All 8 have scored. They were sputtering heading into the break. They just looked like a team that had kind of gotten bored and lost interest. So, hopefully this kind of gets them going again. And then when they come back, they can make a run down the stretch. But no, they've gone over there and they've represented themselves and their countries and the Avs very, very well. It's been fun to see.
Yeah, absolutely. By the way, have you been into the Olympics? It's kind of, I don't know, like a lot of people are into it. I have had a hard time getting into it. Like when we were growing up, or up till maybe like 10 years ago. Like, it was just, the great things about the Olympics was everybody in the household would just kind of come together and watch it. And you would learn the stories, and you didn't know anything about figure skating 2 weeks ago, but then they did the nice stories and this and that. I am not having that same experience this time around, but I don't know. Is everybody else?
I'm not either, and it might be. It's a little bit like the NCAA tournament. Back in the day, it was just on CBS, and they would bounce from bad game to good game, right? And so it always felt like every game was good because they would just dump the bad games. And they would throw you to, hey, let's go to Albuquerque where it's a nail biter. And it was a little bit that way with the Olympics. It was only on the one channel. You couldn't just go watch whatever in the heck you wanted. So they, kind of force-fed you the best stories and the best moments. Now it's a little harder to find them. It feels like every time I turn on my TV, it's curling. I feel like it's just nonstop curling. And it is weird. We were having this conversation over the weekend. Like, when I was a kid or even in my 20s, like, we all knew Katarina Witt and Kristi Yamaguchi and, obviously Tanya Harding and Nancy Kerrigan and all these people, these figure skaters heading into the Olympics. Maybe I'm just out of the loop, Dan, but I don't know who any of these folks are. They're just not household names like they used to be. So, figure skating had its moment. I think its moment has passed.
Yeah, well, and I don't know. Like I said, like if you're enjoying
it, it's like every night too. It's like, when is the actual medal competition? And then they have team, and then they have mixed doubles. It's like they've overdone it. You know what it is? Remember when Who Wants to Be a Millionaire first came out, and that show was so popular?
Yeah.
And then they did 2 nights a week, and then they did 3, and then eventually it was on like every night, and it wasn't special anymore.
Yep.
That's kind of what's happened in figure skating. It's like there's not the big moment where it's like, okay, here's Harding and Kerrigan going head-to-head in Lillehammer. We don't have those kind of moments anymore.
Yeah. Now, one thing I will say before we go to break here, we watched on Netflix, my wife and I, they have a documentary running right now on the 1980 men's Olympic hockey team. Man, it was phenomenal. And it's funny how well done the actual movie Miracle, like how authentic the movie is, because a lot of times movies come out and they're like very loosely based or whatever, like very authentic, that movie Miracle, which is one of those for me. Like, I watch it anytime it's on. It's like Forrest Gump. If it's on, I'm going to watch Miracle, right? But yeah, it was really well done. And so far, that's been my best Olympic experience, watching with my lovely wife, Kimberly, about 1980.
Yeah, no, I'm with you. It's a great documentary. I believe a lot of the footage they had that was unseen footage was Adrian Dater, who has covered the Avs forever. Like, his dad filmed that stuff, and they found it in a storage facility, hadn't been seen in decades, and that's where they got a lot of the kind of behind the scenes, never before seen footage.
Wow, I did not know that. That's a very interesting nugget. Have you ever watched Deion Sanders coaching and said, man, what he did there was just stupid?
Oh, yeah, several times. Clock management at the end of halves and end of games, and yeah, there's a lot of times I'm like, who is in charge here? Who's making decisions? How is he not getting some better advice? Yeah, it happens quite a bit.
Did you? And same thing. Like, have you ever seen those things and go, well, that's not very bright?
Yeah, that wasn't the best way to handle that situation. Sure.
Yeah,
of course.
Okay. So I find it interesting. So Christian Fourier came out on, I don't know, some podcast and kind of unloaded on Coach Prime a little bit, but which is, hey, man, that's his opinion. He's asked to give his opinion, and he gives his opinion. And by the way, I love the passion out of Philip Lindsay, but Philip Lindsay came up. You can go check out the clips on the Denver Sports YouTube channel. Like, he starts getting really fired up about how personal of an attack that Christian Fourier did on Coach Prime. And even Sean Keeler, even in his article, kind of talking about the situation, said, well, yeah, he crossed the line. And I listened to the comments. Like, have we gotten so soft as a society that now this is because almost everybody has coalesced together and saying, well, Coach Prime may have his faults, but that crossed a line. That's very personal. Like all he did was criticize the coaching, and they took a couple words basically out of context and tried to make Christian Fourier a bad person because of it.
Yeah, no, I would agree with that. I mean, look, he did, and I can see why people say it's personal. You go out and you call somebody not very bright.
As a coach.
Exactly, and that's the part of it. Like, that's what he meant. He meant as a coach with his in-game decisions and stuff like that. So I think people are taking it the wrong way. But, we are that soft, Dan. We are. We take everything in the worst possible way, look at it through the worst possible lens, and then try to be offended. Like, I was always given this advice, like, be slow to take offense, right? Like, most people aren't trying to offend you. They're just saying something and it comes out wrong or whatever. Be slow to take offense. And I think that's great advice. It keeps you calmer in life. But I think we've gone to the other way. Like, people are just looking to be offended and looking at it of, hey, how can I take this and be offended by something someone said? And he didn't mean it that way. It is how he said it.
No, it's not how he said it.
I'm going to give Christian Fourier the benefit of the doubt, and that's not what he meant.
But no, I even take issue with that. That's not how he said it. He didn't go, Coach Prime, he's not very bright. That's not what he said. He talked about him as a coach and then said the sentence, he's not very bright, and then followed that sentence up with another context matters, another context statement about his coaching. The stupid comment was, he does stupid things sometimes in context to the coaching.
Correct.
It's not like I don't remember who the famous guy was that said he got taken out of context in his own book. That's not the situation.
Charles Barkley, he was misquoted in his own book.
Yeah, right, exactly. But no, like context does matter sometimes, and this is being completely taken out of context. I'll give you an example, James. You were on a show, and they said, are you going to apologize are you going to finally now say I was wrong about Russ? And you said, no, I will not say I was wrong about Russ. They've taken that clip, and now you just say I was wrong about Russ. Well, it's pretty important context, the words that you said before that, no?
Right. The I will not say.
Yes.
When you take that out, it definitely changes the meaning of what I was saying. You're right, and I'm with you. I didn't think it was crossing the line. I thought it was fair criticism. I think he's a guy who this is the tipping point season for Coach Prime in Boulder, right? I think last year, going 3-9 was not what I expected. You and I talked about it a lot. I thought it would be a transition year. You lose the Heisman Trophy winner. You lose arguably the best quarterback in the history of the program. 6-6, 7-5, kind of the year you try and turn the page and move on. 3-9 is unacceptable, so they got to have a bounce back year. He has to have a bounce back year. I tell you, if they go 3-9 again, I don't know what you do up there. I really don't. So I thought the criticism of Coach Prime was fair. I don't think he meant it personally. I don't think he meant that Deion Sanders in every walk of life is not a very bright guy. I think he meant as a coach, and in particular as a game day coach, that's not his area of expertise. That's not his strong suit, and I think that's very fair.
Yeah. All right. Hey, where are you now? I give you a hard time on the weekend show. Man, you've been all over the map, Broncos wise. I don't know where you're at. So where are you at now? Like, you were defending, like after years of just crushing Sean Payton, now all of a sudden you're like leading the charge with Sean Payton. We've had a couple weeks since I've talked to you. Where in the world is James Marilat right now on the Denver Broncos?
I'm bullish on the Broncos. Look, they're going to be better next year, but probably won't have as good a record. 14-3 is tough to do in the NFL. But I think the fact that they're 12th best odds to win the Super Bowl is ridiculous. I think what we saw in the AFC title game, what we saw in people talking about how, hey, the Broncos would have a chance against Seattle in the Super Bowl, I think it's ridiculous that Bo Nix got zero mention ever as an MVP candidate. Like, he's not an MVP candidate, but Drake May lost by one vote. Like, what are we doing here? And I'm not saying he should have won it, but when you lead your team to the number one seed, you lead them to 14 wins, you pull a rabbit out of your hat a bunch of times and make a bunch of clutch plays in the fourth quarter and lead a bunch of comebacks, like, you're pretty darn valuable, and we saw how bad that offense was without him.
Here's the things, James. They're not going to give him MVP consideration when highly respected members of the Denver sports media are calling him right-handed Tebow all season.
Listen, he should have been in it. And I'm watching NFL honors. No players get honored, and no coaches get honored. Sean Payton wasn't even a nominee for Coach of the Year. So, like, one of two things either has to happen. You got this great coach and great coaching staff, and they get more out of players than probably those guys are capable of doing. Or you have a bunch of great players, and they just carry coaches to, it's Peyton Manning carrying John Fox to a bunch of wins, right? Like, one of those two things has to be true. You can't go 14-3 without either great players or great coaches. VJ's not Assistant Coach of the Year. Sean Payton's not even nominated for Coach of the Year. Broncos get shut out on every award for players. It's like, well, how in the world did they go 14-3? And so the level of disrespect, and great, I'm glad people are doing it. It gives them something to use as bulletin board material, and it's an off-season motivator. But, I mean, coming off of a great year, they're going to get all this salary cap relief now that the Russ dead money is off the books. I don't know why anybody wouldn't be bullish on the Broncos. And look, again, they could be a significantly better team next year and only win 12 games, because 12-5 is hard to do. 14-3 is really hard to do.
That's what we said last year.
I'm not going to be down on the Broncos.
That's what we said last year. Hey, they're going to be better, but they may not win more games. They win 14 games. All right, last thing for you, James. I can't believe this is actually true, but I've talked to a couple sources, and I don't know exactly how it's going to shake out, but at least it's a realistic discussion about Sean Payton giving up play calling. I still can't see it happening, not with that ego, right? And the fact they won 14 games this year, and if right-handed Tebow doesn't break his ankle, they're probably in the Super Bowl, right? So I don't know if Sean Payton can look at himself and go, man, I just didn't do a good enough job. Yeah, I'm going to fire myself from something that I believe I'm one of the best in the world at. But I have talked to some sources that said behind the scenes, it could happen. He's going to give up after doing all that. He's going to give up play calling to a guy that's never done it before. He was like 30 years old. But I guess it could happen.
I don't know that he's going to give up 100% of play calling, but I don't think Davis Webb stays here if he's not getting some authority. I don't think he wants to become, Joe Lombardi 2.0. So maybe Davis is calling the, 2-minute offense in the red zone or something. But I will give Sean Payton credit for this. And you're right, I've been very critical of him. But I thought in his end of the season, wrap-it-up press conference, after the loss, I thought he showed some humility. I thought before the divisional game against Buffalo, he was very self-aware when he talked about how, as you get older, you just kind of have feet of clay. You don't make decisions as quick. It just takes longer to figure out, all right, are we rolling the dice here or not rolling the dice here? I think he's self-aware enough to know, hey, I probably need to be game management guy and let somebody else be thinking, all right, well, what are we running here if we get stopped on 3rd and 1? What are we doing on 4th and 1? And he just, he's not that guy anymore. So I think it's time to move on to someone else. I don't think Sean Payton stays in Denver beyond this contract. I really don't. He's got 2 more years left on his deal. We've never heard a word about him getting an extension. I just think he's going to do the 5 years, and then it's going to be back to the Fox set. But listen, he came in and took a mess and turned this franchise back around. So if he only does the 5 years, there'd be no complaint. But yes, I do think he's going to turn over at least a significant portion of play calling.
All right. Well, we know the answer to that one question, by the way. If you get stopped on 3rd and 1, the answer is don't take the points, roll out with your backup quarterback, and run a boot.
Yeah, see, like that, all that criticism, and I agree with you. The right decision would have been kick the field goal. But it wasn't a 100-0 decision. It was like a 60-40 call.
It was like 90-10.
And part of it is because, like, how many times are you going to get that close when you got your backup quarterback so you're tempted to...
They weren't even on the goal line. They were on, like, the 18-yard line or whatever, weren't they?
They were at the 14.
14.
They were at 14. The biggest mistake he made, though, Dan, once you call the timeout, kick it. Kick it. Because then New England has time to kind of figure out what they want to do and get settled in. Like, if you're going to hurry to the line of scrimmage, try and surprise them, you had a running play called and get the first down, fine. But once you called the timeout and you had time to think about it, and so did the Patriots, you got to take the point. So, listen, it was the wrong decision. but it wasn't this egregious, how in the world would anybody ever decide to do that? There's at least an argument to be made for going for it on 4th and 1. I think it was the wrong decision, but there's an argument to be made.
All right, James Marilat, we appreciate you. We'll talk to you in a couple of weeks on the Saturday edition of the Dan Jacobs Show.
All right, Dan, looking forward to it. Appreciate it.
If the goal is to win a Super Bowl,
Hey, let's go, bring it out!
do the Broncos need a new top target in the wide receiver room?
What he brings to the table, I do believe that he can be your main wide receiver on a championship team. All he does is work. He's a great leader for that football team. I like to see more, but I really do like Cortland, and he could be the main guy on a championship team, no doubt about it.
Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
If you owe back taxes, listen carefully to rule number 1. Never go up against the IRS alone. They're cracking down, freezing bank accounts, garnishing paychecks, canceling passports. Even your home or business could be at risk. But here's what they don't tell you. The IRS has powerful tax relief programs that could save you thousands if you qualify. That's why smart people call Optima Tax Relief, America's #1 tax resolution firm. Nobody knows these programs like the experts at Optima. Their team of tax attorneys and licensed professionals have resolved over $2 billion in tax debt for people just like you. The IRS is not stopping, so don't wait, and don't take them on alone. For tax help you need, for tax help you can trust, call Optima today for a free consultation.
Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Hi, I'm Brad Barnett, president and founder of Mountain High Appliance. This President's Day, enjoy huge savings at all of our showrooms. Whether you're replacing a single appliance or planning a full kitchen remodel, we've got you covered. From freezers starting at $199 to complete kitchen packages starting at only $19.99. Plus, save up to $4,200 on select KitchenAid packages. And our price match guarantee means you'll always receive the best pricing. When you think appliances, think Mountain High Appliance.
Mountain High Appliance, your favorite appliance store.
Thank you.
When it's cold, the last thing you want is your home's heater to quit on you. At 1 Hour Heating and Air Conditioning, our team of comfort specialists take the frustration out of the equation. From simple repairs to more complex fixes, we'll get you warm and comfortable quickly. Just call 855-1-HOUR or visit onehourair.com. Don't forget, we're
Always on time, or you don't pay time. Always on time, or you don't pay time.
independently owned and operated, licensed in their respective state or county.
Looking for the best deal on TRT? Don't pay hundreds of dollars out of pocket for a franchise or settle for one of those one-size-fits-all from your doctor just because they take your insurance. At Synergetics and Low T Center, you can get powerful TRT dosed to your body and get it covered by insurance. Synergetics and Low T Center work with your insurance plans and customize each dose of TRT for maximum effectiveness and safety. It's TRT that actually works with your body. And this February, they're offering free testosterone tests and discounted peptides and GLP-1s to make getting your life back as easy as possible. Don't miss this opportunity. Go to Synergetics.com or LowTCenter.com to book an appointment online.
Shop Denver Mattress Fantastic 4-day sale. The Colorado Queen now $199. Save $100 on every $1,000 you spend. Plus 60 months, no interest, no down payment, and free shipping at Denver Mattress.
Happy President's Day, Denver. In for Dover and Cecil, here's the Honorable Judge Dan Jacobs.
All right, our thanks to James Marilat for joining the show. Did a couple of people reacting to the right-handed Tebow stuff. Like one guy noticed it. One guy noticed what I was doing there. He's like, Dan, he didn't even react at all, man, to the right-handed Tebow stuff. Now, here's where I got to be careful, right? Because we were talking about earlier in the show, like some people think I'm cocky. So they're not in on the joke, apparently. So they don't know what I'm doing. I'm mentioning right-handed Tebow because Kevin Kistner, who coined the phrase right-handed Tebow?
I think the first person I heard say it was James Marilat.
Right. Well, he's the only person I've ever heard say. Like, is there somebody else out there saying right-handed Tebow?
To be honest, I don't recall anyone saying that.
Right. It's James. That's his term, right? Teflon Tebow, whatever. It's like, that's it. Right-handed Tebow. And now I would give James a hard time because James is, this is the weird thing with James.
Normally, James will come up with opinions that are contrary to the groupthink that is so common in the Denver media. But he does it in a way, and he also does it in a way which is defensible. Sometimes, like he'll die on that hill, like the Russell Wilson hill, indefensible. But in his mind, he can counter any point you bring up about Russell Wilson. Right? Like even to this day, they would have been better off keeping Russell Wilson and the cap money and finding another quarterback now or whatever, right? Like he will die on that hill. Just to show you that old dogs can learn new tricks, I've been working back here with James on this station for 7 years. I've never seen it before. This season, a remarkable transformation out of James Marilat, which, for example, so he's no longer defending he's not being limited by his own positions. I guess is the polite way of saying it, right? Like he's just pretending they didn't exist, right? Like, so his new thing is Bo Nix. How on earth did Bo Nix not get MVP consideration? And like I did that in that interview, which he just glossed over. Well, James, when prominent local figures are calling him right-handed Tebow during the season, do you blame national guys for not giving him an MVP look? Like by the way, your guy Dover, I'll call him out on this too.
Uh-oh.
Dover during a game, like a lot of these guys, our teammates here in the station, are absolute nervous Nelly lunatics during a game. And they'll take to social media and they'll say all sorts of crazy things and then just pretend it didn't happen. Especially this season, right? Because the Broncos may have not looked good for 3 quarters or 3.5 quarters and they found a way to win. And like Dover during the Giants game, go look at Josh Dover's Twitter during the Giants game.
There's a lot of people here that tweet nonstop during the game, and the world's coming to an end.
Yes.
The world is ending if you were to follow Broncos Twitter this season.
Right.
Every game, the world is ending. Next thing you know, Bo Nix saves the day. It's like, stop tweeting. One, because everyone's tweeting the same thing. And then 2, it's like it's going to change in 2 plays.
Right.
Leave it alone.
Right. And like Will Peterson, for example, will say, well, you can't hold me to my tweets.
Then don't post them.
That's live. That's live reaction. Well, 2 things can be true at the same time. You tweeted it as it was happening, and you ended up being wrong. Like, both things can be true, Will. Right? And by the way, it's not just like I'm giving Will a hard time or James a hard time or Josh a hard time. This year, it was remarkable because there's a group of the Denver sports media that's paid by the Broncos, right? Like the Broncos pay, or they have a partnership with the Broncos. They make money off the Broncos. James calls them state-sponsored or whatever. Even those people, I noticed at various times during the year, were killing the Broncos or Sean Payton or Bo Nix or whatever. I've never seen anything like it. Especially in a season where they were winning and they turned out to win 14 games. Like, I never seen the Denver media, which generally is a bunch of suck-ups, like really going after them. And so, like Dover, but the funny thing about Dover is, like, he literally will pretend he didn't say any of it. Like, he'll, like, dude, I'm reading your tweets back to you. But nah. And so, like, he was victory lapping after the Giants game. All these other people, like New York media, making fun of their tweets as if his tweets didn't exist. He was just having a good time. And so it's funny, like with James here, like in that interview, he talks about Bo Nix. How could he not get MVP consideration? Well, maybe because you were killing him through 90% of the season. Or how does Sean Payton not get a look at Coach of the Year? You know how I knew I could get to James 4 or 5 weeks ago? He was trying to do his flip-flop where he says, I'm leading the Broncos bandwagon, right? But I know his weak spot, which is he really struggles to admit that he was wrong, that the right choice for the Broncos was Sean Payton. Even when he's trying to give Sean Payton credit, I know I can not necessarily get under James's skin, but I can tear the Band-Aid off a little. I can just get to him, right? And so he's on the Saturday show, which I appreciate him coming on, and he's doing his flip-flop. All of a sudden, Sean Payton, yay, Sean Payton. But I know how to get him, Kevin. I go, oh, really? Well, Sean Payton's doing a great job, isn't he? Well, I wouldn't say he's doing a great job, right? He can't give Sean Payton the credit. And then I say, okay, well, but they made the right choice, right? Like they should have hired him over Jim Harbaugh or DeMeco Ryans. And it's like in Austin Powers when the fembots start to explode, they start breaking down and shooting sparks out of their head. That's what happens to James Marilat if you were to suggest that the Broncos actually made the right decision in hiring Sean Payton. Like he was the right man for the job. Not Jim Harbaugh, not DeMeco Ryans, Sean Payton. And he cannot go there. That's his kryptonite, right? But that's what he was saying a month ago.
Well, and let me say this. On the coaching search that year, so many people say that Sean Payton was the third option. I'm not so sure about that. It's not like DeMeco Ryans was the first or second option. Like, the Broncos wanted Sean Payton. They might have had him as the number one guy, but they were hesitant to trade draft picks for him. They went back to John Harbaugh plenty of times. They did offer him a contract, but there's different timetables on this. So I don't know really if there's a first, second, or third in that scenario. But I know
what they're saying is they offered Harbaugh the job. He didn't take it. And before they could offer DeMeco Ryans a job, he said, no, thanks. I'd rather go to Houston.
Yeah, and then you had one more discussion with him, I believe. But it wasn't. I don't know if it was like, oh, scrap that name off the list. He's done. Scrap that name off the list. He's done. I guess we got to go with Sean Payton. No, they had big discussions with Sean Payton early on, too.
Yeah, and I happened to be on the air the day it happened, right? Because what was it, the day after Christmas or something like that? That Hackett was fired.
Yes.
I think it was the day after Christmas. So I was on filling in like I am today. And the news came down that George Payton was getting demoted and that Nathaniel Hackett was getting fired.
Yeah.
That day I said there is one choice for what this team needs right now. What had we suffered through? It's what we talked about earlier in the show, Kevin. Like the failure of leadership. It was what I kept talking about. I was calling it the three little pigs thing, right? They didn't know because there was this cancer at the top, which was the Broncos trust. And then John Elway off right to the side there that could not exist. So the house could not stand. And so I said, we need somebody that knows how to build a solid foundation, somebody that's done it. Don't give me Vance Joseph, who was in no way qualified to be a head coach. Not that I blame him. Of course he's going to take the job, right? But he had no business being hired as a head coach. Vic Fangio, who for 40 years nobody was interested in him as a head coach, right? Which, by the way, why did he get the job? Because it was down to him and a guy that probably actually would have been a really head coach because he actually had been a really good head coach before, Mike Munchak. And Elway was up to his old tricks like, hey, man, we're going to consider you, but I'm going to hire your coaches for you. Vic Fangio didn't care because he knew this was probably the only chance he was going to get it. Sure, whatever, I don't care. You can hire my offensive coordinator. What do I care? Or Mike Munchak that's like, no, I'm the coach. If you want me to be the coach, great, but I run my staff. And guess who didn't get the job? Mike Munchak, right? And that was a mistake. So it was obvious what the Broncos needed. They needed somebody that could come in that knew how to run an NFL organization from the foundation up, and it was very obvious that choice was Sean Payton. Everybody else fell in love either with Harbaugh or DeMeco Ryans or whatever. It was Sean Payton. I said it day one, which is why I laugh. Like, we keep having these conversations, right? Now they believe it's Sean Payton, all these sycophants. But you only heard it on one show first, right? And it was this show, okay? Now people are realizing, hey, actually, he's pretty good. He might rub you the wrong way, but Sean Payton just took a team with no real weapons to speak of on offense and got them to 14 wins. And honestly, if Bo Nix doesn't break his ankle, they probably get to the Super Bowl. That's a really, really remarkable feat. And people still now are talking about, oh, maybe he should give up play calling and things like that. Like, they're still hating on the guy. And I'm not going to cry a river for Sean Payton because he makes his own bed, right? He's got to line it. But can we give the dude credit? And they're not done yet. We'll talk about it on the other side, Kevin, because I want to get into this conversation you've alluded to a couple times about the drafting of the wide receivers and this and that, and how do they upgrade the offense. We'll get into that next. But those were things, I wanted to get into with that Marilat interview because he's, like, James, the national media looks to you first. Why do you think Freezing Cold Takes publishes your tweets? You are a respected barometer of what's going on in our market nationwide, James. And when you say things like right-handed Tebow and Sean Payton hasn't won anything in 20 years or 15 or 20 years, he's washed up, well, they listen, and the Broncos suffer as a consequence of it. All right, we'll have those other conversations coming up next.
After missing 16 games with a knee injury, is something wrong with Nikola Jokic?
I'm watching Jokic, and if you're just looking at the stat sheet, and Adelman's, quoting the stats after the game, and I got it. But if you know the standard that Jokic has set for himself for us to judge him by, we're just not seeing the best version of that guy right now.
Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Jacob's Law, 303 Law 4040, 303 Law 4040. Did you know we do house calls? We actually do house calls. What we normally do is you call 303 Law 4040 and you speak directly with me or my lovely wife Kimberly, not some call center overseas, not some paralegal or clerk, whatever that has no idea what's going on. Like, you speak directly with us. And generally what we do is we talk to you about your accident, we see if it makes sense, and then we invite you into the office. In the tech center. You can look at my DeLorean collection, right? And then we talk about your case. We come up with a plan to get you feeling better, get you the treatment you need, and then to get you compensated for what the other driver put you through. But sometimes we have people that are actually still in the hospital. Or we have people that are like, dude, I just got in a car accident. I really don't feel like driving, right? And so we went to a nice lady's house up the road. I brought the DeLorean, and her little dog Maggie jumped in the car. Jumped in. We got pictures in the DeLorean. And we're going to do a very good job on her case. So we will, if we need to, we'll come to you. If you're still hurting and you're not able to get to us, we actually will come to you because we are a real, true Colorado local firm. And you really do. People get surprised all the time when I answer or Kim answers like, oh my God, it's true. It's true. When you call 303 Law 4040, you speak directly with me or my lovely wife, Kimberly. Save that number in your phone. You never know when you're going to need it. It's 303 Law 4040.
With Progressive's Name Your Price tool, you can choose the best coverage option for you. Because you know you. Like, you can't cook. You're not one of those people who say that they can, but when people come over for dinner, they find out the hard way, you can't. You can't even microwave popcorn, and that's literally just one button. Plus, measuring and patience are huge parts of cooking, and that's just not you. Only you know you. So get coverage options within your budget with Progressive's Name Your Price tool. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates. Price and coverage match limited by state law.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to A to Z Savings, our biggest sale of the year.
Happy to be here. Can I get some rotors?
Would you like brake pads with that?
How much are the brake pads?
Free with Duralast rotors.
Free. Really?
Really? Free.
I also need some oil.
Would you like an oil filter with that?
Yeah. How much is that?
Free with the oil.
Free. Really?
Really? Free. It's part of A to Z Savings with hundreds of deals.
From A to free.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Ends March 9th. Restrictions apply.
Tom's Garage Doors. Tom's Garage Doors. When it comes to garage doors, no one knows more.
I started my first business at 12 years old, mowing lawns for about $5 a yard. I thought I was crushing it until my buddy down the street undercut me by $2. But he didn't just cut the price, he cut corners too. That's when I learned if you do the job right, people trust you, and integrity beats profit. People care more about how you show up and whether you do what you say you're gonna do. Hi, I'm Tommy Mello, owner of Don's Garage Doors. From garage door repairs to upgrades, we show up, we crush it, and we stand behind every job. We only use the best parts, and the spring's guaranteed to last a lifetime. Because when you care about the people you serve, you work harder, and it shows. From repairs to upgrades, call Don's Garage Doors today or schedule online at donsgaragedoors.com. And yeah, we still beat the other guy.
Tom's Garage Doors. Tom's Garage Doors. When it comes to garage doors, no one knows more.
I wish I'd gotten treated for my erectile dysfunction sooner. Men, I hear this all the time from our patients. This is Jeff for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, and if ED is a problem in your life, resolve to get it treated today and stop having it affect you and the one you love. ED is simply a medical condition, and it's fully treatable. And at the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, we have treatments that are effective in well over 90% of cases, which means if you're like most guys, your ED will be a thing of the past. In fact, you could be having great sex within a day or two of your first appointment, and you'll likely find you're performing like you haven't in a long time. It's the new year. Resolve to get your ED treated and change your life. Call us at the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Your initial visit is only $99 and includes blood work, a medical consult, and if medically advised, a test dose. And if that test dose doesn't work in the office, your visit is free. Call 720-440-7900 or go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. We have 5 offices across the Front Range to serve you. Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, a Promenic restorative health practice.
Hey, it's Mike Evans. Let's talk about your hair. If you're losing it and desire it back, then do what I did and go see Dr. Tanya Pauls at Advanced Hair Restoration. Their simple one-day treatment offers life-changing results that I can personally attest to. Guys, it's not magic, but close to it. They put hair where you need it the most, and bam, it grows. It's actually science. Advanced Hair has it all. Top-rated Dr. Tanya Pauls, modern technology, and best of all, you get your very own natural hair that begins regrowing the very next day. Advanced Hair even guarantees it to grow for life. So schedule your free consultation today. Call 720-459-HAIR and you'll get $250 off and 250 free hair grafts. That's 720-459-HAIR. Advanced Hair is the winner of Westward's Best of Denver, and they've changed tens of thousands of lives, including mine. Become inspired with the before and afters at advancedhair.com. That's advancedhair.com.
Stream Stokely and Evans with Mark Schlereth, Dover and Cecil, The Drive, and all your favorite shows on the Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan app. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan, DenverSports.com, and the Denver Sports app. Happy President's Day, Denver. In for Dover and Cecil, here's the Honorable Judge Dan Jacobs.
All right, let's turn the show over to the people for the last 5 minutes of this hour. Dan Jacobs filling in for Dover and Cecil with Kevin Kistner behind the glass. So I like this texter, right? Because flattery will get you everywhere on the Dan Jacobs Show.
Okay.
But then I'm reading his text, and I actually like the text that he sent this morning more, so I'm going to read both, okay? So the text that he just sent was, "Thank you, Judge, ! For coming in with a no bull crap show directed to real Broncos fans! ! Yeah, I like it. But then I just kind of peek up, right? Because I see something that's like, I see some truth to this, right? So he says, nice try. So this was from earlier this morning when Schlereth and Evans were on, right? Nice try, Evans, with the bull crap history lesson. You not only wanted Chubb, you wanted everyone named Chubb. Stink wanted Quentin Nelson. Big L wanted Rosen because he saw him flame out at CU. And D-Mac wanted a QB period no matter what. And Broncos country wanted Josh Allen. Keep it real. Got to bring you some heat.
Yeah.
Pretty accurate too, isn't it?
That was pretty accurate.
Yeah. By the way, somebody else shouted you out, said, bravo, Kevin. Mike Kliss reported, the Broncos did want Payton, but they were nervous about giving up a draft pick.
Thank you. See?
Now, here's one that says, needed a big booming voice from the sky. I don't know what that means. Like, is that because there was an alien movie? We were talking about aliens earlier. That was kind of like a theme, spirit in the sky or whatever. So I don't know. Are they talking about me? Or are they talking about I don't know where it's coming from. Here's one. Dan, this is not sarcasm. You suck. Oh, okay. Well, thank you.
That's definitely got to be sarcasm.
Oh, yeah, right. How was Payton not number one? They gave away a draft pick, a first-round draft pick. Well, the idea, again, just to revisit the conversation, was they did offer Harbaugh the job. He said no. And DeMeco Ryan said no, thanks. Right? I don't know if they actually offered him a job or not. They were talking to him. So the perception is they settled on Sean Payton, which I don't even know if that matters. Maybe it's true, maybe it's not. Kevin, you're saying we don't know that to be true. Mike Kliss may have said that wasn't necessarily true, right?
Here's the thing is there's so many bloggers in this town that think they know everything and have real sources. So people assume that when you see a Facebook headline or a Twitter headline that Sean was the third guy. that might not be true. They were hesitant to give up draft picks right away. Okay, they might have said Sean is the number one guy on the list, but let's see if we could get John Harbaugh without giving up draft picks. And then DeMeco Ryans. I don't think DeMeco Ryans was really, really deep into the negotiations with the Broncos. It was Houston the whole time with him. So maybe he was never really an option. I mean, this is where you got to really ask the sources. You got to really ask George Payton of what they really thought here.
Well, the funny thing is, like with James, like he still won't admit it. Like, dude, Sean Payton took a horrible Broncos team. Within 3 years, it was his third year. They're 14-4 and a Bo Nix ankle away from the Super Bowl. DeMeco Ryans not going to the Super Bowl. Jim Harbaugh, give me a break. Every year I've got to hear how great the Chargers are going to be. And Justin Herbert, this is the year Harbaugh's going to get out of town. They flamed out both years.
Yeah.
What excuse are they going to? Remember the movie Men in Black? Like, what are you? What was it like? What are you going to believe tomorrow? There's some quote by the actor that plays Kay. Where it's like all these ridiculous things that, the world was flat 100 years ago, this or that. What will you believe tomorrow? Like what excuse are we going to have tomorrow, next season for Jim Harbaugh and the Chargers for flaming out? Like, okay. Like Sean Payton was the guy.
Yeah.
All right. Last text for the hour. It's, I like this one. It's just funny. Thanks, Dan, for calling out the haters. Actually not this one. There was another one talking about James. I was worried James was going through a midlife crisis. He basically called for Sean's job after his contract. All is right in the world now that he has a job to call for. Yeah. Is James going through a midlife crisis? Like we said, he's doing all these weird things we haven't seen at him before, like the flip-flopping, and now all of a sudden he's a Sean Payton guy, and I don't know. Like, you work with him more than me, Kevin. Is he all right?
Oh, I only see him in the office a couple times a week.
Oh, okay.
Well, I mean, he seems good.
All right. No, trust me, man. I love James. I love he comes on the station. It's probably, we've been told many times, the best segment on the station all week is James Marilat on the Dan Jacobs Show, Saturday mornings at 11:20.
There you go.
Sponsored by Birdie Bar. It's fantastic. No, I love James. James is good. Like, I give him a hard time. It's almost like the Will Peterson effect. Everybody likes Scrappy Will Peterson, myself included. Also, everybody loves to give Scrappy Will Peterson a hard time. It's this weird dichotomy. Like, we love the guy, genuinely love the guy. I love it when he comes on the show. Like, he's one of the few guys that comes on my show, him and James. I can give them a hard time. We can be yelling at each other, and our feelings aren't hurt, right? But we all feel the same about Scrap. Like, we love him, and we love to give him a hard time. It's fantastic. I have the same relationship with James. So, appreciate James coming on. All right, one more hour to go. Dan Jacobs filling in for Dover and Cecil here on The Fan.
The champ! Are you ready? Do you consider yourself a super fan? Well, now's your chance to prove it. It's Denver Sports 1043 The Fan Super Fan Send-Off, presented by 303 Law 4040, sending you to Las Vegas for the biggest pro wrestling event in the world. A pair of 2-night event tickets, airfare, and hotel all included, plus a $500 Visa card. So get in the ring and enter now at denversports.com/superfan. That's denversports.com/superfan.
DeerTrailMeatCo.com, DeerTrailMeatCo.com. It's amazing what has happened to the price of beef in the last few years. It used to be hamburger, for example, would be, sometimes it was 99 cents a pound on sale, but generally $2 a pound, right? Now, it's just been, as I've been doing these spots, it keeps going up, up, and up. $7.50 a pound for a hamburger. And I was like, well, what type is it? Is it the fancy, no-fat kind, or is it organic? No, that's 73% hamburger. It was $7.50 a pound this week. I said that on the show this weekend. Some guy said, no, he sent me a picture from like a warehouse store. It was still $5.50 a pound on sale in a 10-pound tube. Like, the prices have gone ridiculous, but not with DeerTrailMeatCo.com. They have not raised their prices a nickel during this whole period because they said, if we're loyal to our customers, they'll remember that, and they'll be loyal to us. So still as low as $5.85 a pound for all your beef, steak, all that stuff delivered to your front door with a money-back guarantee. They have awesome videos on the website, YouTube videos. It shows you the process. They have tools you can see how you could customize your bundles. Check them out. DeerTrailMeatCo.com.
Babe, your arms look amazing. Working out is paying off.
Thanks. I just wish my chest matched. No matter what I do, I'm frustrated with my man boobs.
Hey, don't beat yourself up. More than half of men have gynecomastia. It's gland tissue, not laziness. Same thing is happening to my friend Trisha's husband. He went to Dr. Cameron Dastry at Modern Surgical Arts of Denver.
For real? You get good results?
He got great results. Call him, honey.
Call today. They're offering complimentary consultations for the fan listeners. 303-470-3400 or at modernsurgicalarts.com.
President's Day means all 2025s need to go at Ziltahar Motors. This month, get up to $10,000 off or 0% financing for 72 months on all remaining 2025 Ford F-150s. Search all available 2025 inventory and pricing at sthmotors.com and get an instant quote for top value for your trade-in. Ziltahar Motors is Colorado's most trusted dealer for over 66 years. No cutting corners, no corporate games, just real deals from real people. $10,000 off your next F-150 at Ziltahar Motors. Get everything you want out of a dealership.
Hi, I'm Kamiko, the founder of Miko's Hot Chicken. When we started our family restaurant, we were also raising a family. But let me tell you, it wasn't easy. Our Chase Inc. card was there to reward us on all of our business needs. Now we have a thriving location, and we're hungry for more.
With the Chase Inc. Business Unlimited card, you can earn unlimited 1.5% cash back on every purchase, so your business can go from here to possible. Chase for Business. Make more with yours. Real business owners compensated for their participation. Cards issued by JPMorgan Chase Bank and a member FDIC. Subject to credit approval. Terms apply.
This President's Day, Pure Talk is honoring Jackson and Lincoln by offering unlimited talk, text, and plenty of data for just $25 a month. Meanwhile, Big Wireless is honoring Benjamin Franklin by charging families hundreds of dollars for the same 5G service. What's up with that? Ben Franklin wasn't even a president. When you switch to Pure Talk, you'll be in business with an American wireless company that supports our vets in a big way and keeps all their customer service in this country. That's important. And you'll be on the same towers the big carriers use, so you'll get the same 5G service without the inflated price. So hang on to your Benjamins and switch to Pure Talk for a Jackson and a Lincoln. No contract, no hidden fees. Dial pound 250, say Mike Rowe, and you'll get 50% off your first month when you switch. That's pound 250, Mike Rowe, for an American wireless company that is truly unprecedented. Pure Talk.
Still haven't filed your taxes? Hey, you're not the only one. A lot of good people fall behind. But here's the thing. The longer you wait, the harder the IRS can hit back. Penalties stack up. Interest piles on. The letters get more aggressive. None of it magically disappears. It's why I always tell folks, call my friends at Advanced Tax Solutions. These are not generalists. They don't dabble in tax problems. They live in this world. Resolving IRS issues is all they do. Maybe you're 1 year behind. Maybe you're 10. Maybe you've got unfiled returns, wage garnishments, bank levies, or you're just losing sleep wondering what the IRS is going to do next. Their licensed tax professionals can step in fast, talk to the IRS for you, stop the stress, and start putting a real plan in place. And listen, waiting never makes it better. Every day you delay is another day the IRS gets to tighten the screws. One quick call to Advanced Tax Solutions, that could be the start of a quick resolution. So take control of your tax situation before the IRS does. Reach out to Advanced Tax Solutions today and breathe again.
This segment on 104.3 The Fan is brought to you by TradeGen Wealth, your trusted local fiduciary advisors.
KKFN and KKFN HD1 Longmont, Denver. You're listening to Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan presents
with Kevin Kistner. By the way, some sad news. I just saw this, came across. Robert Duvall, legendary actor. I guess he was 95 years old, but fantastic actor. Did pass away. You know, he was 95, so they said he passed away peacefully. But just a titan of acting. I have started recently studying acting. Kevin, did you know this?
I did not.
So I've been taking some acting classes.
Okay.
Over at the Denver Center for the Performing Arts.
When are you going to win the Oscar now?
I know, right?
I mean, you do everything else. I'm ready to see you get up and win an Oscar.
Anytime. So I actually did in the last week. Yesterday I did some. I've done my first auditions.
Oh,
big time.
Wow,
it's pretty cool. But I've been, I would. So this was within the last year or so, and so I've been trying to learn more and pay more attention to acting, like the craft of acting, and notice, because now I notice like good acting, bad acting, or whatever, right? And Robert Duvall, for example, I've actually never seen Apocalypse Now, but in my algorithm, the scene where he says, "I love the smell of napalm in the morning," that scene I saw recently. It's like, wow, it's amazing. Like, and now that I've done some acting, and it is so much harder than you would think it to be, because like for me, I look at some actors and I'm like, I don't know if they're great actors, they're just unique, right? Like nobody can deliver a line or sound like Robert De Niro or Al Pacino because they're unique, right? They're just different, right? And we like them because they have this unique quality to them. And I think they are great actors. But like, for example, I never thought Pacino was all that great in The Godfather. I'll be honest with you, Robert Duvall. Like, I think anybody could probably play Tom Hagen's role in The Godfather, right? It's not that hard. But there are other roles where you're like, wow. And like that Apocalypse Now, fantastic. Like I did not appreciate Jack Nicholson till recently, right? Like, and now like I watched The Shining. Have you seen The Shining, Kevin?
I've seen most of it. Yeah.
Have you really?
Yeah.
I had never seen it until, so I always thought that Nicholson's good, but whatever, but, and then now I realize he's a phenomenal actor. And so it's funny watching The Shining. I'd never seen it before, which is weird, right? It's set here in Colorado. I'm the former Elk Poop Open champion, which was at one point, it was considered golf's fifth major. It was played in Estes Park, Colorado, in the shadow of the Stanley Hotel. You would think I would have seen the movie since I'm, have that attachment. So I watched it, let's say 2 months ago, right? I'm sitting there, and again, I'm trying to appreciate as an, aspiring actor or whatever I'm doing, somebody's trying to appreciate the craft. And I'm like, wow, this is really well done. Like, it's not just really good acting, but the way they're putting this movie together, like with the music and the tension and the camera work and the cinematography. I'm like, this movie, and I'm just watching it in the middle of the day on my couch, me and my dog. I'm like, wow, this movie's kind of scary. It's not because it's not overly gory or anything. It's just the way it was produced. I'm like, this thing's scary. And then a minute or two later, my dog starts whimpering. He's getting scared just picking up on the tension and everything from the movie. So Robert Duvall, certainly one of those guys that's, in that category where it's like, wow, man, like he can deliver amazing performances. So I like that movie. What was it? I think it was called Falling Down. I don't know if you ever saw that. So he played a cop in it when it's like guys like me and Marilat. It's like our fantasy movie because Michael Douglas just plays a guy that he's sitting in traffic in LA and he just finally loses it, and he just goes around town just dispensing justice all morning, right? And they're trying to find this. They're like, who's this psycho in a white shirt and a tie that's just, like he goes into like not McDonald's, but like the restaurant. He wants a Whamlet, and they're like, oh, we stopped serving breakfast 4 minutes ago. He's like, just give me a Whamlet. And they're like, no, we're not giving you a Whamlet. He's like, Rick, have you ever heard the phrase, the customer is always right? Yes, I have heard that. Well, here I am. I'm the customer. He's like, yeah, that's not our policy. Out comes the shotgun. Guess what? He got a Whamlet.
There you go.
So I like that movie. So anyway, I just want to give a shout out to Robert Duvall, a career well done. Out on the text line, by the way, what do you think this means? Dan Jacobs equals Skip Bayless. Compliment or not compliment on that? I'm taking that as a not a full-throated endorsement by this texter.
I'm not sensing sarcasm in this one. I think this one's a real life text, like a real one. But Skip was in his own way. He had his own opinions, and he's
not dead. You're talking to him like Robert Duvall.
Well, no, but
he's alive. He's still out there.
Yeah, but he's
working.
doing like podcasting.
Okay.
With Shannon Sharp or Aqib Talib now.
Look at you running down podcasts. You have a very popular podcast, do you not?
I do.
Called The Hook.
The Hook Podcast.
All the country music people love it.
Songwriters.
Yeah.
Top songwriters out of Nashville.
Well, what do you're thumbing your nose at podcasters? You're a podcaster.
No, I'm saying he's doing a lot. He's not on national TV anymore.
You're like, well, he's a podcaster. Earlier, you were like, these podcasters with their sources about the Broncos.
Bloggers.
Oh, bloggers. You said bloggers.
Yeah. Bloggers, yes.
Local blogger.
Guys that think they know everything about the Broncos. Any free agent that comes up on a name, oh my gosh, they should go get someone. The Dolphins just released Tyreek Hill. They should go get Tyreek Hill. They released Bradley Chubb. The Broncos should bring back Bradley Chubb. No.
Why not?
He's old.
He's our Josh Allen.
He's our Josh Allen.
Yeah. I'm just going to give him a hard time. I had our buddy Brandon Cristal on yesterday or 2 days ago. He's a Broncos insider for Guerrilla Sports. I have him on from time to time. He used to work here. And he was giving, like to him, Bradley Chubb would be a good draft pick. Right? Successful.
How?
Well, because he got a contract with the like we were grading George Payton's draft picks, and he's like, well, Baron Browning just got it. I'm like, no, George Payton does not get credit for Baron Browning. They got rid of him. Like if you draft a guy and you have to cut him, that's not a good draft pick for you. Now he may go on to be like, for example, the Broncos drafted Tommy Maddox to replace John Elway. He wound up selling insurance and then later came back and had a really good couple good years with the Steelers. You don't go, hey, Dan Reeves gets credit for Tommy Maddox. Like if you drafted a guy and you have to cut him because he's not good enough for your squad, that's an L. You take an L on that one.
I wouldn't say Bradley Chubb was a great draft pick. He had, I think his rookie year was his best year. They dealt with a lot of injuries. He never helped his team get to the playoffs. Just because he got another contract, was it with the Broncos or with the Dolphins? To me, that wasn't a great draft pick.
Yeah, but under that definition, though, he was a great draft pick because he made it in the league and he got paid a lot of money. Now, he didn't do it here, but there you go. Now, here's the other one I'll ask you before we go to break. People do, and I give George Payton credit for Patrick Surtain, right? Some people, though, that's a good draft pick, I think, right? Defensive Player of the Year, he's fantastic. Good job, George Payton. There are people, though, that won't even give him credit for that. They will say, yeah, that's all well and good, but he's no Micah Parsons, and if you were good at your job, you would have picked Micah Parsons.
Was Micah Parsons on the second team? One of them was a defensive player of the year.
Well, are you saying that Patrick Surtain's better than Micah Parsons?
I mean, if I don't know, you can make the whole. That's an argument for another day.
Okay,
that's a big argument.
All right, maybe we'll argue. So, our dapper friend sitting right behind you, our next guest from the Rundown on DenverSports.com, Richie Carty, joins us next.
Has the rubber officially met the road for Coach Prime and the Buffs?
They have to win 8 games this year. They have to be competitive. You had the Heisman, you had your son, you revamped the team, you revamped the coaching staff. Now it's time to go to work. Now it's time to win games. There is no more excuses. Enough is enough.
Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Hoops in Hamilton on the DU campus is intense this season.
And the Denver Pioneers have scored more points than any game in program history.
The threes are flying and the atmosphere is electric. Join us to create a home court advantage as conference play heats up.
Goes down low, feeds Wysocki, up with a two-handed dunk.
Group discounts and one-of-a-kind experiences await. Denver basketball. Get your tickets today at denverpioneers.com.
Hey, what's up, guys? It's Zach By here for 5280 Exteriors. Colorado homes face more risk than ever from intense weather, including wildfire exposure. 5280 Exteriors prioritizes fire-resistant, non-combustible, low-maintenance exterior upgrades with reliable quality installations. Protect your home with James Hardy siding, TimberTech decking, and Pella Impervia fiberglass windows, all designed to stand up to heat, weather, and time. They also offer 60 months no-interest financing. 5280 Exteriors, the altitude of quality.
Never have I ever called my sister from the finish line of my first marathon. Hello? You won't believe where I am. Are you running? Mile 26. I'm gonna make it.
Switch to T-Mobile's 55 Plus plan and get iPhone 16e with its advanced camera system on us. Plus, 2 lines for just $30 a line.
Guys, I can't believe it.
I knew you could do it, babe.
That was amazing. Mom, how do you feel? I feel great. I can't feel my feet. Let's take a picture, and then you may carry me to the car.
Share every stride, every mile, every memory on America's best network. Switch to T-Mobile's 55 Plus plan and get iPhone 16e on us and 2 lines for just $30 a line.
With 24 monthly bill credits and 2 eligible port-ins on Essentials 55 Plus for well-qualified customers with autopay plus taxes, fees, and $35 device connection charge. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. Contact us. Finance agreement 128 gigabytes, $599.99 required. Best mobile network in the U.S. based on analysis by Ookla of Speed Test Intelligence data 1H 2025. Visit T-Mobile.com.
A family office is a team built to handle the 3 biggest financial responsibilities a family faces: wealth management, tax strategy, and estate planning. Most firms only manage your investments and refer the rest out, hoping everyone stays aligned. At Trajan, we built something different. Your wealth, tax planning, and estate planning are handled together inside one firm under one roof. There's no guessing whether your CPA, advisor, and estate attorney are truly in sync, because our team works together every day on your behalf. When your financial life becomes more complex, your advice should become more coordinated, not more fragmented. One plan, one trusted team. Call Trajan today, 720-204-8100. That's 720-204-8100.
Trajan Wealth, an SEC registered investment advisor. Additional services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Additional disclosures and accreditation at TrajanWealth.com.
One iced coffee?
$1, please.
For real? No way. One iced coffee?
$1, please.
For real? No way. What a deal.
Your new morning groove. Iced coffee from McDonald's, any size for just $1 until 11 a.m. Price and participation may vary. Cannot be combined with any other offer. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba.
Hey, it's Philip Lindsay here. During my football career, I've seen every kind of medical tech there is. I finally stopped ignoring my joint pain, and I want to tell you guys about RegenRx. They have a blueprint to recovery that is next level. From stem cells to shockwave therapy, it's non-surgical, and there's no downtime. Don't just settle for average results with outdated equipment. Go to a clinic that's leading the way. RegenRx offers free consultations, so you need to give them a call today at 303-630-9770 today, or visit regenrx.co and let them know that Philip Lindsay sent you. Take back control of your life.
Texting privacy policy and terms and conditions posted at textingterms.us. Texting enrolls you for recurring automated text marketing messages. Message and data rates may apply. Replace stop, opt out. Terms and conditions apply to the earnings promotion.
Do you have caregiving experience as a parent, teacher, nanny, coach, or in another similar role? Hop Skip Drive is looking for experienced caregivers who want to help students in their community by driving them to and from school. Earn up to $50 per ride with Hop Skip Drive's welcome promotion, all while helping your community. If you have your own vehicle that is no more than 10 years old, a clean driving record, and at least 5 years of caregiving experience, you could become a Hop Skip Drive care driver. Just text ROAD to 323232 to get started right now. Hop Skip Drive gives you the flexibility to set your own schedule and earn competitive pay. It's simple. Drive in your free time and make a real difference for students right in your neighborhood. Don't wait. Text ROAD to 323232 right now. Text ROAD to 323232 and start earning up to $50 per ride during Hop Skip Drive's welcome promotion period. That's ROAD to 323232. Text ROAD to 323232 now.
Stay up to date on the Broncos with our 9 News Broncos insider Mike Kliss, presented by Fitness Gallery. Hear the latest from every practice and every game every single week during football season. Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan. Happy President's Day, Denver. In for Dover and Cecil, here's the Honorable Judge Dan Jacobs.
See, I'm trying to be a nice guy. And we have, I have like this thing all planned out in my mind. I'm going to go over Richie Carney here, host of The Rundown. And I had this cute thing where I was going to do. Because you gave me a hard time. You and me, you myself, and Amanda Brown, both of our bosses. You're a boss. We had this meeting, and you gave me a hard time because I used to always say, because at one point you were the executive producer.
I was.
Right? And now many years ago, I was, I believe, the youngest executive producer in major radio history, and I was at this station. And so I was like, hey, welcome to the club. It was like the 5-timers club at SNL. You were giving me a hard time about that. So I was going to give you a hard time, later this week. I believe, now you're the boss. You tell me if I'm wrong, but I believe I'm about to become the first member of the fan staff to be sworn in to practice law with the United States Supreme Court coming up this weekend.
You will be the first and the only, and I would be willing to bet a significant amount of money on that if I partook in such activities.
See? So, that's my thing. I'm like, and then right before we hit the mics, you say something that just, I'm like, oh, here we go.
I knew it. I knew as soon as I said it, I was like, this is not going to be the end of this conversation.
I cannot control myself. So tell the listeners your harebrained idea about baseball.
Well, I said that, well, first of all, the backstory is there's a ticker on ESPN right now that said it was teasing an upcoming segment, and the question was, how far should the NBA go to protect competitive balance? And I said, I don't know, because it's a professional sport, maybe all the way. Maybe that should just be a focal point. And it was just kind of a humorous thing, and then I expanded it, which apparently is what led us down this wormhole to say that, like, I don't think that I'm not a big salary cap in Major League Baseball guy. I don't really care about that. I think that people like to scapegoat teams like the Dodgers and the Yankees as like, well, the only reason they win is because they spend, and I just fundamentally disagree with that. I think they spend, but I think they spend well. I think they draft well. I think they develop well because they're inherently just well-run organizations that have top-tier farm systems, top-tier management, top-tier analytics departments, and things of that nature. So, yeah, they may go out and sign the top-tier free agent, or the Dodgers just have a bullpen that's made by, Midas's touch. But I don't think that making them spend less and handcuffing them is a justifiable way to give other teams a better chance. These teams are all owned by billionaire owners. They can all find ways to make money. It's whether or not they want to. And we have an owner here in town that's probably the poster child of the opposite of that opinion, and maybe that's just why I'm so jaded toward it.
Well, the absurdity is the imbalance between New York and L.A. and Denver. How much do you think do the Rockies? I don't know. What are they on route? What are they on? I don't even know. AT&T, whatever they are.
Whatever the RSN is. Yeah.
So the Yankees, because they're in the largest market in the world, media market in the world, have a deal. I don't even know what it is. Is it $100 million a year? Is it $200 million a year?
Sure.
Is it $250 million a year? Is it a Jamal Murray contract a year?
It's a couple of Cortland Suttons.
Yeah, it's right. Oh, it's more than Cortland Suttons, baby. But they're getting that free money, so of course they can afford players. I don't know what the Rockies. I don't even know if they have a deal, right? Because remember, it went away last year, and then they found a magical way when the Rockies couldn't find for 5 years. They couldn't find a way to get their teams on cable television. The Rockies found a way last year
while winning championships.
But they don't have $100 million just walking through the door, going, "Here you go." Like there is an imbalance, and if you want to have a league that's competitive, you gotta at least find some way to make the table competitive. Like, it's just so far out of whack that you have to do something.
I think a salary floor is much more impactful than a salary cap. And I think it should be a high floor, especially if you're going to cap it from the top. Say, okay, hey, L.A., New York, Chicago, you guys can't spend $300 million a year on your payroll. And if you want to get into a conversation about slippery slopes and things that are eventually going to have to be reined in, like the NIL system in college football, this deferred money thing where you can sign Shohei Ohtani to like a $700 million contract, but he only owes $20 million, or he's only owed $20 million over 10 years to allow you to build around that. That's something where I'm like, okay, maybe I can come to an agreement that that's got to be reined in or whatever. But if you want to say, hey, the top 5 markets in the country, you can't spend X, then you better tell everybody else, okay, but you have to spend this. If we are going to cut off the right hand of these guys, you guys are going to have an elevated expectation of how much skin you're going to have in this game. Otherwise, it's not going to matter.
Well, you said two different things there. You said at first you said you're more for the floor, and now you're saying you're more for both.
No. I'm more for the floor.
Yeah.
I'm more for the floor, but I don't think you're just going to get a floor without a roof.
Both make sense, but a floor wouldn't matter without a roof because you can say, all right, Rockies, you have to spend $50 million. Okay, but if the Dodgers can still spend $1 trillion, you're going to lose. It's going to be imbalanced.
But I think you would set the floor high enough that it would force the majority of the non-major market teams, which, by the way, I also am not just an automatic believer that small markets are immune to or incapable of winning. I remember in my recent lifetime some pretty good San Diego Padres team. I'm old enough to remember the Tampa Bay Rays going to a World Series. You know what I mean?
Yes, you remember all those Tampa Bay Rays championships.
I said I remember them going to a World Series.
So they didn't win the championship. I'm
They
sorry.
did not.
I stand
They did
corrected.
not. They lost to the Dodgers.
Oh, wow. That's weird. Weird how that works. All right, let's move this along. A couple things I want to get your thoughts on. But man, these shows fly by. And this is my third show in a row, and I did not get to mention it. But I said to myself, I want to talk to Richie about it because he has a good perspective on this. You're the young guy, right? You're the young.
So they tell me.
Yeah, you're the good-looking out there, in the scene, whatever. Zach has done a really good job. I give him credit for that because it drives him crazy when I say, if you want to know what the other shows are going to be talking about tomorrow, just listen to the Dan Jacobs show today.
I'm familiar with the line.
And I know it drives Zach crazy. But I want to give Zach credit on this. I have been talking about the Broncos stadium situation for a long, long time because that was very interesting to me, right? But he has really owned this issue. Like he's really dug deep into figuring out, all right, what are they doing now, right? And so on Friday, they talked about the new stadium, brought up some interesting issues. Now, they did float this concept of this is the preferred site, not necessarily the actual site. It's going to be the site. Like that's the way these things work.
The bulldozer hasn't run over the protester
right.
yet.
Well, Sean, or excuse me, Zach is saying, well, until that shovel's in the ground, we don't know. Like they can always go
Lone
down
Tree.
They can always go down to Lone Tree. It is. So he actually, I didn't even know about it. There's a concrete company that's kind of holding out. They're squeezing them a little bit.
I think there's 13 different land parcel owners there, and there's the one. It is the concrete owner that's like, you know what? I think we're okay.
Yeah, they're gonna get paid.
Yeah,
and they're gonna move. Like somebody on the show this weekend said they may just flip flop. They'll set them up over somewhere near the land that the Broncos have near the current stadium. Right.
When the Broncos ownership group got announced, the Walton Penner family and the people a part of that as well, with Melody Hobson and Lewis Hamilton and Condoleezza Rice. When I saw Condoleezza Rice's name among the ownership collective, beside the fact that she's a massive football fan, she was involved in the inaugural college football playoff committee. She was interviewed for to be the Cleveland Browns general manager or VP of football, if I'm not mistaken, years ago. I said to myself, she's there for exactly what the Broncos are going through now. What with her former life in the realm of politics, the amount of bureaucratic and government red tape that she was able to navigate and cut through with her area of expertise, they're not going to be worried about some concrete company that wants to hold on to their plot of land when they're
$15 million plot of land.
When they're going to build a $5 billion stadium.
Okay, I didn't get to my question. Are you okay hanging through?
Sure.
Okay, we're going to bring Richie back because there's a question though about where the stadium's going that I think you are uniquely qualified to at least address. We'll get to that next.
If the goal is to win a Super Bowl,
hey, let's go, bring it out!
Do the Broncos need a new top target in the wide receiver room?
What he brings to the table, I do believe that he can be your main wide receiver on a championship team. All he does is work. He's a great leader for that football team. I like to see more, but I really do like Cortland, and he could be the main guy on a championship team, no doubt about it.
Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Men, we all understand and appreciate how important sex is in a relationship. For you and your partner, you have to have it. Intimacy is a must. When erectile dysfunction gets in the way, it can take a serious toll. Intimacy fades, confidence drops, and the strain on the relationship, it becomes real. It doesn't have to stay that way. Guys, Don't just live with erectile dysfunction. What's up? It's Josh Dover. I want to tell you about my friends over at Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Remember when your sex life was exciting? It was what you were looking forward to at the end of the night? My friends over at Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, they have treatments that work when those pills or herbals fail. Please don't be buying those. You don't know what's inside of that. Go see my team at Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. They have success rates well over 90%. Some treatments have you lasting an hour or more. You could be having sex as soon as the next day. What are you waiting for? ED is not going to fix itself. Set up your first appointment today. Schedule your consult at RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. First appointment's only going to cost you $99, and if the test dose doesn't help in office, they're not going to charge you a thing.
The Chase Ink Business Premier Card is made for people who make things happen, like me. I'm Sam, founder and CEO of Manifest, a product design company that makes everyday products designed smarter. I get 2.5% cash back on purchases of $5,000 or more, plus unlimited 2% cash back on all other purchases, which helps us make more smart ideas into a brilliant reality.
The Ink Business Premier Card. Chase for business. Make more of what's yours. Real business owner compensated for their participation. Cards issued by JPMorgan Chase Bank, N.A. member FDIC, subject to credit approval. Terms apply.
Mike Rowe here with another random fact. Those cracks on your walls aren't just cosmetic. They could mean your home is sinking. Whether it's drywall cracks, exterior cracks, or sticking doors or windows, do yourself a favor. Call Groundworks. I spent some time working with these guys, and they're the real deal. Their people are trained and certified to stabilize your foundation. Schedule a free inspection with Groundworks, the foundation and waterproofing experts.
Licensed in all states where work is performed. See website for details.
I'm Rob Wilhite. For nearly half a century, my law firm has stood up for car accident victims right here in Colorado. Families, workers, neighbors, your community is our community. With over $1 billion won for our clients, our results speak for themselves. If you've been injured in a car accident, you deserve a team with experience, power, and a history of real wins. Call 303-GOOD-LAW or visit WilhiteWins.com. That's 303-GOOD-LAW or WilhiteWins.com. The Wilhite Law Firm, Colorado's trusted injury law firm for almost 50 years.
Are you worrying about those upcoming credit card bills after the holidays? If you're a homeowner, there's no better time than now to call American Financing and wipe out that debt, eliminate the stress, and set yourself up for a strong 2026. The Fed dropped rates for the 4th time in December. American Financing can help you access that equity in your home at an interest rate in the low 5s. You heard that right, in the low 5s. That is a much lower rate than the average 20% or more credit card rate. American Financing is saving their customers an average of $800 a month. That's like a $10,000 raise to start the new year. There are no upfront fees and no obligation to see how much you can save. And they are closing some in as fast as 10 days and even delaying 2 mortgage payments. American Financing, Colorado's home for home loans. Call them today at 303-695-7000. That's 303-695-7000 or online at AmericanFinancing.net. NMLS 182334, NMLSConsumerAccess.org. APR for rates in the 5 start at 6.196% for well-qualified buyers. Call 303-695-7000 for details about credit costs and terms.
Hi, I'm Terrell Davis, 2-time world champion and Pro Football Hall of Famer. There is nothing more important than your health. That's why I made the smart move to invest in fitness equipment with Fitness Gallery. It's a game changer.
This February, save 25% off all primetime functional trainers, home gyms, and racks. Work out on your schedule on the equipment you choose from the safety and comfort of your own home. Save up to 50% off on select premium equipment. Visit one of Fitness Gallery's 7 convenient locations from Colorado Springs to Fort Collins.
Winter isn't over just yet. In Colorado, your furnace has one job: to keep you warm. If it's been a while since your last tune-up, you're rolling the dice. Stoke here. ROX Rocks Heating and Air is local and honest. Get your furnace tuned up before the cold settles back in for only $39. Call ROX Rocks Heating and Air today or schedule online. Keep your home warm, keep your family safe, but only with ROX Rocks Heating and Air. Now play that jingle.
HVAC service, installation, repair. ROX Rocks Heating and Air.
AutoNation's New Year, New Wheels event is going on now. Drive any new or used vehicles 0 down and 0 payments for 90 days. Save thousands on your favorite cars, trucks, and SUVs. Plus, we'll buy your car for top dollar today. Don't miss 0 down and 0 payments for 90 days. Hurry to your nearest AutoNation store or AutoNation.com. On select models with approved credit, interest accrues from date of purchase. See store for details, subject to in-store verification.
Need a plumber? Euro Plumbing has the lowest prices in town. Rock bottom prices on whole house repipes, sewer line repairs, even water heaters. 720-500-3000.
Happy President's Day, Denver. In for Dover and Cecil, here's the Honorable Judge Dan Jacobs.
Dan Jacobs filling in for Dover and Cecil here on President's Day. I have Richie Carney, host of The Rundown on DenverSports.com, here with me. We were talking about the Broncos' new stadium and the good job that they did on the drive, talking about just some of the little wrinkles. And one of the wrinkles is, by the way, our listeners are so smart, right? So I'm looking at the RamosLaw.com text line. And they hit exactly on two of the things I was thinking about when I heard Zach and Phil talking about this. Because there's a concrete company. They have a piece of land that's worth, if you were to put it up for sale, would probably be worth about $15 million. But what I was thinking is confirmed here by a texter that says, hey, Dan, I'm out. Now it got cut off. But he's in the concrete industry. Hey, this is Mike, big fan listener and member of the concrete industry. That concrete company is the biggest concrete company in the United States. Permitting and setting up a plant is pretty complicated, but it isn't just a Mickey Mouse mom and pop shop. Just FYI.
They did acknowledge that, I think. Early Zach said that on their website, or according to them, they are the largest concrete manufacturer or distributor in the country.
Right, which another thing would be they probably aren't going to be intimidated by the Broncos, and to them this is business, and they're not going to feel like they have to give up their land. But then that leads to another texter that says, look up eminent domain, which was immediately the thought that came to my mind when I was listening to Zach and Phil, which is, why do you think the Broncos now have said this is their preferred site? That puts pressure on the city and county of Denver, right? And who has the power to go, we're taking that land.
Right.
It's ours now.
Because what a black eye that would be for the city and county of Denver if this Broncos stadium with this ownership group that's funding it privately and doing all these things with all the excitement and hype around the team after the season or two they've just had, all of a sudden things get delayed because the city and county couldn't figure out, XYZ with this one person.
Or worse, they said, listen, we tried our best. We wanted the Denver Broncos to be the Denver Broncos,
in Denver.
But we had to go to Lone Tree because Denver couldn't get it done. So it's a pressure ploy. It's smart, whatever. But what I wanted to talk to you about is that very issue, though. It's interesting. And I will preface this by saying, of course, I give this ownership group the benefit of the doubt. They're really smart. They have billions of dollars. They know business. They know real estate. They know building things. I'm sure they did all the studies and analysis you would do to build a site somewhere and said this would be the best place to build it, right? But also things change, right? And a huge part of this is they're gonna have real estate that goes with it, presumably condos and whatever,
shopping
right?
centers,
all that
restaurants.
stuff. You know Brandon Stokely. You know his stance on going downtown.
Yeah,
I don't go downtown. I mean, a lot of us don't go downtown anymore. But there's a new wrinkle. Okay, so let's say they commissioned a study 2 years ago saying how desirable this location would be. What did we learn in the last month or two? For the first time, Colorado used to be, hey, California's overcrowded, Texas is overcrowded. It's beautiful here. Let's move to Colorado. Guess what's happening now?
They're moving out.
People are moving out.
Yeah.
So is it 10 years from now is downtown, or it's not even, it's kind of downtown, 8th Avenue and I-25, is that going to be a desirable place people are going to want to be?
I would say I can understand why you would point toward maybe it not being that, and everything that you said and led up to with that I think is true. But this is the richest owner in North American professional sports, and this is not a hobby project for them like we see with certain sports franchise owners around the country and around the world. They have the money and the desire to invest in making this a state-of-the-art, standalone, unique, one-of-a-kind type of experience, not just stadium. And I think that they're going to put their weight into that. Greg Penner and the Walton Penner Family Ownership Group has given me no reason to expect anything less. And so, yeah, I think that if they had bulldozed and tried to rebuild it exactly where Empower Field is now, I would have been like, okay, I don't really love that, because I wanted what all the new trend of these stadiums are and what it sounds like this Broncos stadium, this new one, is going to be, which is everything around it. It wasn't all just about the roof. It was everything else around it. And Lone Tree was basically begging to have that happen there because they already have kind of the infrastructure for it, and their little pocket right around Centennial is perfect for that because it's already started in that direction. but it doesn't mean it's not replicable other places.
Well, here's my thing on that. Why I thought Lone Tree made sense. Our station's right here in the Tech Center.
Yeah.
Right? The palatial 303 Law 4040 offices are in the Tech Center.
Bingo.
Guess what we do for lunch? We get in our car and we go somewhere and we go to lunch. If there was all this cool stuff in Lone Tree, we would get in our car and go there and go to lunch. When you're downtown, you don't get in your car and go to lunch. You go down the elevator and you walk around to lunch.
Yep.
So I'm not going to get in my car, and I'm guessing you at your office here at the Tech Center, you're not going to go to drive downtown to go to lunch.
Not even once.
To go shopping.
Yeah.
To do anything other than if you're down there for a game day or for an event. Whereas here it could be a more everyday thing, like the Comedy Works did when they went into Comedy Works Landmark, right? Yeah. Like they said, how do we get money more than just when we have comics? And to me, it seems like, yeah, it makes sense. Everybody thinks people want to be downtown. I don't know that people want to be downtown anymore now.
Well, Dan,
I think people are leaving in a decade from now.
It's no secret that the overwhelming majority of fans who attend Broncos games commute from outside the city of Denver and commute as far south as Monument and Colorado Springs, as far north as past Thornton and Fort Collins and, all of those things. So it's not a secret that the majority, overwhelmingly so based on the stuff that we talked about when this stadium talk first started, are coming from outside the city, and whether or not this new stadium's location changes that or not, or makes the people who are in Denver more likely to kind of stay there for those things, it remains to be seen. But I think it's going to be awesome, man. I couldn't be happier. And even though I was okay with and on board with moving the stadium to Lone Tree or out toward the Gaylord by the airport, because that was one of the initial sites, I was all for that because I wanted what I wanted out of it.
Right.
But if the Walton Penner Family Ownership Group can give me all of those things and give Broncos country all those things and keep it the Denver Broncos, to quote what you said last segment, then I'm okay with that. I'm not hard and fast on it has to be a certain location.
Okay. All right. The guys you employ here are saying I have to go to break. So you're welcome to stay if you'd
Sure.
like. You can. I'll pay you for the rest of the hour.
You got it. You got it.
But I do got to do this. Calling all wrestling super fans, we have your chance to go to Las Vegas for the biggest pro wrestling event in the world. It's the Super Fan Send-Off presented by 303 Law 4040. Here's what you get. A pair of two-night tickets to the event, round-trip airfare from Denver to Las Vegas, 2 nights hotel stay, and a $500 Visa gift card. For more information, just head to DenverSports.com/superfan. All right. Coming up next, I'm glad you're here, Richie, because I want to know this. I've had this conversation for 3 days now. I want to know where you weigh in. Is poor Coach Prime just another helpless victim out there? Let's get to that coming up next.
After missing 16 games with a knee injury, is something wrong with Nikola Jokic?
I'm watching Jokic, and if you're just looking at the stat sheet, and Adelman's, quoting the stats after the game, and I got it. But if you know the standard that Jokic has set for himself for us to judge him by, I mean, we're just not seeing the best version of that guy right now.
Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Jacob's Law, 303 Law 4040, 303 Law 4040. You just heard, proud to be sponsors of the Fan Super Send-Off, but also proud to be here for you. Now, what we always say is, save that number in your phone, 303 Law 4040. You never know when you're going to need it. And the reason we say that is it was never more clear to me than after my show on Saturday. I'm heading down to Colorado Springs, minding my own business. I'm obeying the law. I'm in the left lane. Big old red truck almost smashes right into me. They're just not looking, right? I have no control over that. Now, luckily, I was able to get out of the way, and I avoided the catastrophe, but we can't always do that. So I don't want you to have to call 303 Law 4040, but inevitably, accidents do happen. We will be here for you. We'll talk to you. You don't get some, call center overseas. You will speak directly with me or my lovely wife, Kimberly. We'll bring you in. We'll talk about your injuries. We'll get you feeling better, and then we'll get you compensated for what that knucklehead driver put you through. 303 Law 4040. Save that number in your phone. You never know when you're going to need it.
Hi, I'm Brad Barnett, president and founder of Mountain High Appliance. Looking for the best deal in town this President's Day? Then stop by our Denver Clearance Center, where you'll find savings of 70% or more on open box, overstock, and discontinued appliances from the industry's best brands, including Bosch, Thermador, KitchenAid, and many more. Hurry in for the best selection, or visit us online and take advantage of these huge President's Day savings. When you think appliances, think Mountain High Appliance.
Mountain High Appliance, your favorite appliance store.
Thank you.
Never have I ever called my sister from the finish line of my first marathon.
Hello?
You won't believe where I am.
Are you running?
Mile 26. I'm gonna make it.
Switch to T-Mobile's 55 Plus plan and get iPhone 16e with its advanced camera system on us. Plus, 2 lines for just $30 a line.
Guys, I can't believe it.
I knew you could do it, babe.
That was amazing.
Mom, how do you feel?
I feel great. I can't feel my feet. Let's take a picture, and then you may carry me to the car.
Share every stride, every mile, every memory on America's best network. Switch to T-Mobile's 55 Plus plan and get iPhone 16e on us and 2 lines for just $30 a line.
With 24 monthly bill credits and 2 eligible port-ins on Essentials 55 Plus for well-qualified customers with autopay, plus taxes, fees, and $35 device connection charge. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. Contact us. Finance agreement 128 gigabytes, $599.99 required. Best mobile network in the U.S. based on analysis by Ookla of Speed Test Intelligence data 1H 2025. Visit T-Mobile.com.
Dental phobia? Consider Sedation Dentistry with Clarkson Dental. Their highly trained team will lead you through an exceptional dental experience from that first fearful call all the way through to aftercare. Call the most experienced sedation dentist and staff. Clarkson Dental, ColoradoSedation.com.
Men, the new year is here, and if you're like many of us, you're ready to improve your health. But if you're feeling low energy, not sleeping well, or not seeing results in the gym, keeping that resolution can be tough. This is Jeff for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, and if those symptoms sound familiar, we can likely help. They often point to low testosterone, and treating low T is what we do. But this year, we're also helping men go further with 4 targeted body composition plans featuring growth hormone peptides, NAD+, GLP-1s, PDA, and more, designed to boost energy, support metabolism, enhance recovery, and accelerate fat loss. With our low T treatments combined with our body composition programs, most men notice real improvements: more energy, better focus, improved sleep, stronger workouts, and often a renewed sex drive as well. So call us. Your initial visit is just $99 and includes blood work and a medical consult. And if you start on treatment the same day, your visit is free. Call 720-440-7900 or visit RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
Featured therapies are compounded and have not been evaluated nor approved by the FDA. Provider prescription required. See website for details.
The right financial strategies can make a huge difference, especially if you're nearing retirement. Adam Mueller talks retirement strategies with Mile High Money. Saturday mornings at 8 on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
This segment on 104.3 The Fan is brought to you by 5280 Exteriors, the altitude of quality.
Follow us on YouTube, Instagram, and TikTok at Denver Sports 104.3 to stay up to date on all your local teams. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan. Happy President's Day, Denver. In for Dover and Cecil, here's the Honorable Judge Dan Jacobs.
Working on a weekend like usual. Way off in the deep end like usual.
All right, final segment for us. I got Richie Carney riding shotgun here. Dan Jacobs filling in for Dover and Cecil. I learned something new about you during the break, boss.
Okay.
Okay, I didn't realize you stick it to the fans guy. We were talking off air.
Yeah.
And of course, I will betray any confidence,
That's
any
fair.
chance I get. And you're like,
Good lawyer.
hey, stick it to the Broncos fans. They've been loyal to this organization for 50 years.
That is not what I said.
If you own the team, you can gouge them
Objection.
for $100,000 PSLs all day long. Why shouldn't they? Screw the fan, right? PSLs all day long.
I did not say that, but what I did say, word for word, was because on the Ramos.com text line, people were saying that, you guys sound old, you sound this.
Which, by the way, I love because I get it all the time.
You looked at me and were like, oh, you're old, Richie.
You're an
I
old
said,
guy.
listen, I don't know, old is subjective, but I will say that, and I don't hide from it, that I think I tend to sometimes skew pro-billionaire on things where other people like to be, the Rebel Alliance and fight the power. Because sometimes I think people are naive about what they would really do if they were put in the position of these people that just have insane amounts of wealth, power, influence, knowledge, etc. And my truth and reality is I would like to think I would do certain things maybe differently than some people, but I don't think that I would just be the complete opposite. I think if I was in a position to leverage, taxpayer funding for a new stadium or things like that, I think I would. What the degree of or percentage of which, whatever. I don't think I would be Darth Vader, but I wouldn't think I'd be Robin Hood either.
Well, so I naturally, reasonably inferred, just took that argument and put it over on
stick it to the fans
on PSLs, right? So if you were a billionaire, everybody else is doing it. I don't care how loyal the Broncos fan base has been. I'm a billionaire. I could get some coin in my pocket. So sad. If you don't like it, don't buy your season tickets. We'll sell them to your neighbor.
We'll sell them to your neighbor, who is one of the tens of thousands of people that are on that waiting list, and we'll have it. That's the thing is, most of the time, the people don't have as much power or leverage as they think they do. So if every Broncos season ticket holder currently in existence was like, nope, you know what, we're done. We're putting our foot down. We're taking a stand. We're giving up our season tickets over this PSL thing. It would literally just be a complete turnover, and that waiting list would just supply an entirely new. I think so.
Well, I think that the important thing here is really the level. If a PSL is $5,000 a ticket, I think you can swallow that. If it's $30,000,
there is a pricing.
Ticket,
there is a price out point, and I think that is an unfortunate aspect of the pro sports dynamic. You look at the Super Bowls like the shining example of it. No average, regular, everyday fan, myself included, can afford to go to a Super Bowl. Even if I go by myself, it's just something that has been priced out up to the elite and the celebrity and the actually, honestly, not true fans. And I think that is unfortunate. But I just don't know how much there is to really be done about it.
Yeah. Now, here was an interesting thing. You kind of alluded to it. I was talking about this on the show this weekend is, what would it be like to be in a position in life to go, I want to build my mega stadium right there. Well, that's good, but there's a government water treatment facility there. There's a concrete facility there, and people live there. Yeah, I don't care. Well, they can move.
Yeah, I don't have roadblocks. I have speed bumps. That's it.
Right,
That's it. It's not going to stop me. It's just a matter of how fast I get from point A to point B. That is like to live a life with not the path of least resistance, but a path where there is no resistance because you are unstoppable.
You just make it happen.
Has to be the best feeling ever.
Yeah. All right, last thing I want to get with you on is this. I've talked about this a lot. It kind of rubs me the wrong way because it just kind of reeks of cancel culture, which I hate. If you listen to The Drive, go to the DenverSports.com YouTube channel. You can see Philip Lindsay. He's very fired up that Christian Fourier
viral.
He crossed the line. He got too personal with Coach Prime, which I think is absurd. Let me ask you this, Richie. Have you ever watched Coach Prime coaching and said, man, what he just did there was stupid?
Yeah.
He does stupid things sometimes when he's coaching. Yeah.
Yep, 100%.
And
Game management, clock management, things he says at the podium, swapping quarterbacks in and out, benching a guy and then bringing him back in, a quarter later, all those things.
Yeah, you might say to yourself, man, that wasn't too bright.
Yeah, because he's not a coach.
Well, but that's fair, right?
Yeah.
I mean, so you've thought it to yourself.
Yeah.
That was kind of stupid. Or that wasn't very bright.
Yeah. And we said it, plenty of people, maybe not. I mean, Phil's had fair criticisms of Coach Prime in the past, but many people here on these airwaves and around the market said it. Fans are saying it in their living rooms or at their offices, at the water cooler or at the bars where they're watching the game. This isn't a novel concept. There's been dumb, questionable, or ill-advised decisions made by Coach Prime and his staff over the course of his tenure here in Boulder.
Right, but you media elites now have twisted it into this is personal, and he called him stupid, and he said he wasn't that bright, which is not true. Like he literally, I have the quote here. He literally says the stupid things he does sometimes, and he says in context to coaching, I don't think he's very bright. And now, but everybody's feelings are hurt. Oh my God, he crossed the line. Yeah. What line did he cross?
And unlike you and I and the rest of the media elites, for the most part.
No, that's you guys. I'm not.
Yeah,
I'm not a media elite. That's you guys.
I said you and I didn't include you in that category.
Okay.
There was a comma. Unlike all of us, Christian Fourier has authority to speak on it that we don't have. He was a successful player within that program. He has been on the inside of it and experienced, felt, thought, and observed things that we haven't seen or done. So, if anything, it coming from him, whether you want to accept it or not, in my opinion, adds a level of credibility that goes beyond just me, the casual observer, saying things. Even if we come to the same conclusion and we both are right or wrong to whatever degree that it is, I didn't take any objection with what he said because I think he's someone that is qualified to speak on the subject.
Yeah, but the problem is there's been this outrage and backlash that, he made it too personal by saying things that you and I agree we all thought.
How much money has to be injected into college football before it's not personal anymore? It's actually just business. It's professional.
Right. Well, but my problem is it's not even what people are making out to be. Like, he didn't go, Coach Prime is a moron. I wouldn't trust him to wash my car.
Right,
like, he said in context to coaching, it's not good.
And that's the thing you said there, because the context. Because just like people might be twisting what he actually said, I could add, subtract, or replace a specific word with what he said and make it mean perfectly fine what he said. Because you add the coaching context to it, because of the stupid coaching decisions he makes sometimes.
Now we can go further and say, all right, were the comments fair? Is it sour grapes because this kid didn't make it there? Is it piling on Coach Prime? Like, this is weird. Like, Coach Prime is a victim? Is that where we're going with this?
I think that's how it's being spun, because ultimately the performance and the product outside of that one season that still left a sour taste in my mouth and some others. And I understand people want to jump to immediately, well, look where they came from, and the 1-win team with Carl Durrell and all that, and they went to a 9-win team that lost in a Alamo Bowl. Coach Prime has been here for several years now. They have one bowl appearance to show for it, and no bowl wins. And in that bowl appearance was a settle for it satisfactory outcome from the fact that going into the tail stretch of that season, they had the runway lights on to go to a Big 12 championship and a college football playoff, and they blew it by letting Devin Neal and the Kansas Jayhawks run them into the ground, and then it fell apart multiple games after that. So even in their best example of what we've got during the Coach Prime era, my argument has been it hasn't been good enough, because it's been the closest to what we thought we were going to get when he came here and was paid what he was paid, and given the latitude and the freedom that he was given, unlike any coach in the history of this program before him.
What do you mean? You don't think Bill McCartney had free reign to do whatever he wanted?
I don't think he had the control or the resources that Coach Prime has.
Well, but to be fair, Coach Prime brought his resources.
That's true.
Like he brought.
I still think that it may not end up aging that way, because there's a fair argument that said, even in the losses, hey, the Buffs are better off now with Coach Prime, even this season that we felt was a failure or fell short of expectation, than they were before he got here. And I think
there's
that's
no
fine.
doubt.
But
how could you make the argument that they're not?
I'm not. But what I'm saying is, because of the financial web that's being tangled here all of a sudden, and the bills that are eventually going to become due, there is a rising sentiment and an argument that the university could be left the rubble after Coach Prime inevitably leaves a situation where they can't fire him, which means the only alternative is he either makes it to the stratosphere or the thing crashes and burns back to earth. There is an argument that is rising among certain people that says it might not be all that much different, if not worse off, than when he inherited it with the 1-win situation.
They were the worst team in college football.
Literally.
They were going nowhere. Now they're relevant. Now, and this is
what is relevant mean to you?
To me, people are interested. People talk about you. You're not a joke anymore. Broncos for a long time were a joke. They're relevant now. Buffs were a joke. Nobody talked about them ever. Now, are they winning? Not necessarily. That was my problem with Fourier saying, if all you're going is for relevancy, who's not?
Yeah.
There's no program going, I don't want to be relevant at all.
Right.
Of course you want to be relevant.
Right.
You want to know you're relevant, you win.
People would like to say that about Indiana, right? Because they didn't have any – they had like as many 4-star recruits as like in their entire team as Oregon had, like half of what Oregon has in their upcoming class or whatever it was, Miami, et cetera. And they do it with this blue chip mentality. But their head coach also steps up in front of the podium and says, I win, Google me, and all that stuff. So there is no true anonymity in high-level, top-tier collegiate sports. And so I don't think Coach Prime should be punished for wanting to appear relevant, chase relevancy, all those things, however Christian Fourier put it. But it can't be the only arrow you have in your quiver. You have to back it up with the results on the field. And the results on the field should be, because of the amount of money that he's being paid and the amount of expectation that's been placed on the program because of that relevancy, they've got to be contenders in the Big 12 and college football playoff appearance worthy.
Right. I think now is the time he's got to show something. Now, I'm being the voice of reason, which is odd, right, here on this station. But everybody like you that I talk to, they say, oh, yeah, he has to win, and they're talking about 8 or 9 games.
Nobody throws in a you people better than Dan Jacobs.
Yeah, I know.
Did you guys notice that
You
back
people.
there? Nobody throws in a you people more smoothly than Dan. Yeah, you people like you.
Yeah, that's sticking it to the fans. But they're also, he's got to win 8 or 9 games. I don't believe he has to win 8 or 9 games. I believe he has a quarterback now. He has what's supposedly a top 20 portal class. He has to get back to some sort of winning culture. Like, I'm not going to fire the guy if he doesn't win 9.
But you said this is the year he has to show it. So showing it is winning less than
is being
8, 7, or 8 games?
6, 7, 5, 6, 7 games, yeah.
5
games? You're going to fire him if they go
No,
from...
I'm not going to fire him because they can't fire him.
So if they have a rising college-level, Heisman-level quarterback and they win 5 games, you're not going to be happy?
No, because there's there's very few examples of real, true program building anymore. It's the Wild West, the revolving door of the transfer portal, the NIL infusion. Teams have to shuffle the deck, and the game board shakes up every single year. It changes the entire landscape.
I'm going to do it again.
The schools like Ohio State and Georgia and Miami, they all lose tons of talent every year, either to the portal, to the draft, to financial considerations, etc., and they still find a way to keep themselves on top.
You want the... It's hard to satisfy. I'll do it again. You people. Broncos win 14 games, are a broken ankle away from the Super Bowl.
Yes.
And you're killing... Everybody's wanting to strip Sean Payton.
No, not me.
It was a great season.
It was.
They have to win 9 games, otherwise...
The only frustration and disappointment I have with this Broncos season is that if Bo Nix doesn't break his ankle and something happens to him and the Broncos that is completely out of their control, they're playing in the Super Bowl. And with a healthy Bo Nix and a J.K. Dobbins back in the fold, I'm not counting them out to win the Super Bowl if those things happen. I know Seattle looked great, but had the Broncos with Jarrett Stidham beaten the Patriots and gone to the Super Bowl, they would have looked just like the Patriots did. But that's the only disappointment or regret that I have with this Broncos season, is that I feel like it got cut short for reasons that are completely out of their control. It doesn't have anything to do with failure on their part.
Well, first off, give us a legal ID real quick, would you?
This is KKFN HD1 Longmont, Denver.
There was a lot of whining the last couple weeks about, well, only if we would have. It happened. His ankle got broken. That's it. But they still had a great season that nobody expected.
100%.
And it's like a funeral march around here.
Not for me. Not for me. I'm not the James Marilats of the world.
Marilat has completely reinvented himself.
What time is it?
I know. Yeah. No, he's all of a sudden he loves Sean Payton. Bo Nix should be MVP.
Right-handed Tebow should be MVP.
Did you hear the interview earlier?
I did.
He moves right through it.
Yeah.
I bring up right-handed Tebow.
Yes.
He is like it never happened.
He is like the example that we just brought up earlier of like, nothing can stop me. James Marilat doesn't have roadblocks. He has speed bumps because nobody is going to pin him down for things that he's clearly just wrong about. And it's partially our fault, I think, as a society here in the Mile High City. We've allowed that to happen.
Yes, we have. Talk about a billionaire mindset. I always give Marilat, because of the Marilat fortune. He has that mindset. We have John Davis, Chad Andrus coming up here, going to get us through the drive for the next 4 hours.
What's up, boys?
4 hours, yeah. What's up, guys? Sounding good?
Yep. What do you got on tap for us?
We are going to talk more of that Rockies you had up earlier. Get everybody.
What about Bigfoot? We're talking about Bigfoot and aliens, too.
Yeah, no.